reach the other side of the rainbow. It's alright, take a chance, 'cause there is no circumstance that you can't handle. When you use your mind, sonic boom, sonic boom, sonic boom. Alright. Everything seems to be functional. Alright, welcome back to Ace Attorney Spirit of Justice. Where last we left off, we'd gone to Kurain because Maya was being held captive there. We got there, Dirk needed to do hostage exchange type thing with the orb and Maya. We went to the palace royal living quarter area thing. He went into a building, the building he was meant to go into. And then 20 minutes later, everyone else went in like, hey, what's going on? Also, the guards were there because the queen was aware of it, and found the justice minister, the queen's husband, dead, and Dirk holding a bloody knife. So now our task is to defend him in court against murder accusations for that, and also for the murder of, or the assassination, I suppose, rather, of Queen, what's her name, who was apparently Dirk's husband and also is still alive. We established that part. So I don't feel like murder charges are necessarily going to stick just on that alone. Attempted is still a thing they could push, but you know. Let's get the game open, and we last left off, we were about to get into the trial on this one. Who is awake at this hour? I mean, I guess this hour is like almost 7:30, but still. It's dark, it's really cool, no matter. Down on my end. I think the audio for the stream is fine though. Yeah, didn't adjust it, so it's whatever. Alright, let's get into it. May 19th, 8:50 a.m., High Court of Kurain. Ooh, right. Ooh. Oh, that's right, this was also happening. Okay, that didn't do a whole lot. May 19th, 9:28, High Court of Kurain, Accused Lobby. It's complete chaos outside. Let's just say the defiant dragon supporters demonstrating for Dirk's freedom have taken a very special interest in the outcome of today's trial. They look about ready to string us up if we lose. Trials here are pretty much like the ones back home, but with one major difference. The divination seance. The victim's final memories will become a matter for deliberation. I've heard about that. But they haven't stopped you from winning your cases here in Kurain. Are we gonna have to do... I mean, you can't do one for the other person because she didn't die. So that's... I don't know how that side of the trial is gonna work, but... True, but it wasn't easy. Still, the memories of the dead are simply another piece of evidence. There's always a way to deal with them if your client is truly innocent. Well, I know Dirk is innocent, but... I have one more big secret. Oh yeah. Apollo, in court tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth, no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son, after all. Dirk, what is that secret you're keeping? Hey, AJ. Alright, this guy got a voice in a cutscene last time and appeared to have been voiced by the person who voices, Kaito Momota from Danganronpa V3. Here you go, just like I promised. Oh, good. Found Resort added to the court record. Cool. Thanks, Dots. Wait, weren't you arrested by the police yesterday? Yep, and I spent the night in the slammer. Had a fine meal, a shower, even a bed. What more could I ask for? That actually sounds way better than where we're staying. Just remember, AJ, if Dirk's found guilty today, they'll all probably be found guilty under the Defense Culpability Act, too. Yeah, Nahita said something to that effect. Which god wants to take advantage of today to crush our revolution once and for all. The fate of the revolution, and every Kurainese person rests on this trial. We're counting on you, AJ. That's a lot to put on his shoulders. We'll be fine. I'm going to win this one. You'll see. The trial will begin shortly, Apollo. Let's make our way into the courtroom. Let me just go over my evidence real quick, right beforehand. We have the attorney's badge, doesn't help. Of this photo. Given we have his face and name, I wonder if we might want to call upon his memories or something in this. He would have been present at the, scene of the arson at least, so that's something. In his autopsy report, time of death, May 18th, approximately 3 p.m. Cause of death, blood loss from the stab wound in his back. Straightforward. Tomb diagram, right. Coffin is empty. You know that because the person who's supposed to be in it isn't dead. It's a tomb crime photo. Who is driving a very loud vehicle down the oh, it's a garbage truck. Of course it's a garbage truck. I went out there earlier to check if the garbage can had blown away because I heard a weird noise. It doesn't look like it did, but I just remember like 2 of them blew away in a windstorm a bit ago. We got them back, but well, I think we got them back. We got one of them back. The other was found a bit later, but it was full of garbage, so I'm not sure if we got that back yet. But we did verify that it was ours and should be getting it back when it's not full of garbage, at least. Let's see, tomb crime photo. A photo of Inga's body. He was stabbed in the back with a knife. Right. He had like a 4-bullet gun, which is weird shaped. Do guns actually come like that? I don't know. Doesn't look right. Is his phone there, which seems relevant. I mean, it wouldn't be there if it wasn't. So I'm sure that'll come up. How loud is that? It's very loud to me. It could be worse. Okay, well. Oh, it sounds like they're driving away. We have this button. It was in the incense thing. It's got soot on it, oddly. We have a butterfly pendant. It has this picture in it. That's the previous queen who was supposedly dead but isn't. Seems to have been ousted. Mysterious bloodstain. It's already wiped up. Does not belong to the victim. I'm guessing it belongs to the actual perpetrator. And hopefully they're doing some more analysis to get a better idea of who it might belong to. Painkiller shots. Alright, he had bad pain or whatever. People's characteristics. Who knows? He can't recognize people, I guess. Or maybe he's describing them to someone else. Who knows? Mostly because they said it sounds like a description one might write when just hearing it, but one of them is someone he would presumably see fairly often, who's also missing. She's missing. We have a picture with someone here. Some child. The who of this child is less than clear. Apollo's current assumption is that it's Prosecutor Sadmahi, but Dirk's reaction seems off. My thoughts are that it might be, shoot, her name has slipped my mind. Reva. No, I was looking at things. Channeling photo. Not a whole lot going on here. Surely it means something, but nothing stands out. Will be statement around 2 p.m. Shadow was surprised by a firecracker, ran into the courtyard and stole Nana's hat. Right. We got the law book and the Defense Culpability Act. We have a thing about the assassination. You know, there's an arson. Mars was slipped a sleeping pill. Perished in the fire. Did not perish, actually. Whatever. Lighter found at the scene had Dirk's fingerprints on it. Apollo's roving musician father got caught up in this incident and lost his life. Struck on the head. No one knew who he was because he didn't have the stuff. It got burnt up. Akita was expelled from the royal family. We have this. We have Dirk's badge, and we have a Founder's Orb, which exists. Let's make our way into the courtroom. Right. May 19th, High Court of Kurain. Day 1, court is now in session. All rise. Let the trial of Dirk Sadmahi begin. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution is ready, Your Majesty. So, it's really come down to this. Well, don't expect me to hold anything back, Nahita. This trial will examine both the murder of Justice Minister Inga Karkul Kurain and the assassination of the former Queen Amara Sigata Kurain. First, I believe we should address the murder of Minister Inga. Will that be acceptable, Prosecutor Sadmahi? Prosecutor Sadmahi. Yes, of course. Please proceed. What's with him? Well, very unlike you, Prosecutor. Is your mind elsewhere this day? Not at all, Your Majesty. Are you really going to be able to go through with this, Nahita? Well, Prosecutor Sadmahi, I would be remiss if I failed to voice concern of mine. I have heard mention that you are son to the accused, Dirk Sadmahi. You have heard true. Does that fact pose some sort of a problem, Your Majesty? Father being prosecuted by his own son? Could one possibly deliberate such a case without having personal feelings intervene? Yes, without question. Can he really handle this, even if it is Prosecutor Sidmagi, who against his own father is just when the son of a criminal even being prosecuted? Oof. Dirk. Fellow citizens, you would do well not to underestimate my son. He's not one to allow personal feelings to interfere with the execution of his duty. Isn't that right, Nahita? I will not stop until my work here is done. See, so you doubters just sit back down before you trip over your own stupidity. The accused will not take the stand without first being summoned. In any case, if Prosecutor Sidmagi has no issue with this arrangement, then let us commence the deliberations.
Objection!
What now? Who is this? Hi. One moment, if you would. Your Eminence. Your Eminence, what brings you here? The prosecution has an assistant now. Your Majesty, it would appear that Prosecutor Sidmagi does indeed have some reservations. No, that's not true. Did you truly believe you could deceive me, Nahita Sidmagi? One should hold no reservations if one is to stand on these hallowed funerary grounds. I have none. No, it is clear we cannot leave this matter to you. Was that your... Okay, we just cut off. We shall handle the prosecution of enemy of the crown, Dirk Sidmagi, personally. Why would you ask him to do it if you're just gonna step in? But remain by our side and bear witness to how a true prosecutor enforces the law.
Excuse me, but is the Queen going to prosecute the case? Is that, kosher?
There's no need for concern. Before we were crowned queen, we served as a prosecutor.
Really?
As a foreigner, your ignorance can be excused, but know this. The prosecutor in charge of the Queen Amida assassination case 23 years ago was none other than Her Eminence, Queen Gadan Sigatar Karain.
First your Majesty and now this. Why doesn't anyone ever tell me these things?
I had heard she served as the Minister of Justice, but she was also a prosecutor.
I'm guessing she probably moved up the ladder from prosecutor to justice minister.
We prosecuted that case 23 years ago, but no verdict was ever rendered. We had one guilty verdict in every case until then, for no lawyer could stand up to us. I'm at a loss for words. I think I would once more bear witness to Her Eminence at work in the Hall of Justice. Our first trial in 23 years. No quarter shall be given to criminals. We shall prosecute them with all our might. Okay. You look like some Yu-Gi-Oh spin-off villain. So magnificent. What the? one of those later Yu-Gi-Oh shows that I haven't watched. I haven't even watched through the main one for Duel Monsters, but like that's just because I don't like it. I like the manga, but the anime is it's different. A little too much focus on dueling over anything else. It's definitely because the anime wishes to sell a card game, whereas the manga wishes to be a manga. And they got like filler arcs going on, and like the one in the video game was fine, but from what I've heard, they like interrupted Battle City with one, and I didn't quite get there. I think it was coming up shortly, but I did not get around to it just because. Ugh. I also don't like the Yugi voice they have. Just weird.
What the? That's Queen Gotham.
Talk about an extreme makeover. That's so... It's all coming back now. The feel of my blood pumping through my veins. Woe to you, O enemies of Kurain, for I shall personally slice, dice, and grind you up into hog feed.
I don't suppose I can ask her to back her polite pre-makeover personality.
Know this, lawyer.
Yes?
Now that I stand as prosecutor, consider your defense's bench a headman's scaffold. If you wish to leave any last words, I advise you to start thinking of them now. While you still have a head with which to think, that is.
She's dead serious.
Now, it's time for the divination seance. Rafa, come forth.
Yeah, how you doing? Sad.
Your benevolence. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. I can...
Good.
Your benevolence. I understand it may be difficult for you, but may we proceed with the divination seance?
Yes, let us proceed.
Well, give me for asking, but are you feeling physically unwell? If so, I would advise you to avoid any undue exertion. Your benevolence.
What's wrong? It's like her mind's anywhere but here.
Oh, lots happened since yesterday. On top of the murder of her beloved father, she found out that he'd been planning a coup. And today, she'll have to experience his death through his own eyes.
Yeah, that would be enough to shake anyone up.
Still, it seems like she's worse off today than she was yesterday. Had some time to sink in, maybe. Also, maybe some other stuff has happened.
Yeah, I don't remember her being this depressed.
We must speak with our child. It's a mother's duty to discipline our child, after all. Now, if you would excuse us.
Discipline? Coming from her, I don't like the sound of that at all. Wait. Gotham didn't do something to her, did she?
Your Eminence, about today's divination seance. As I understand it, the prosecution has yet to review its content. Is this deviation from protocol a part of your plan? Prosecutor Sadmahi, would you care to explain your actions? Your Eminence, the accused was caught at the scene of the crime. Therefore, I deemed no seance would be necessary for such a clear-cut case. Why my throat? Got like phlegm in my throat. It's bothering me. Your hand is weird. You and your bleeding heart. You seek to spare Ray from the trauma of witnessing her father's death. Is that why you have done this? Not at all.
You were concerned for me, Prosecutor Sadmahi. That's oddly compassionate of him, all things considered.
Your Eminence, Your Majesty, regardless of what is best for her benevolence, this case is blessed with a bounty of incontrovertible evidence. So I believe we could reach a swift verdict without devoting precious time to a seance. You have a point. Personally, I would like to spare her benevolence any undue misery. Why? My throat is like bothering me. Just enough that it's affecting my voice, which is annoying. Experiencing the murder of a loved one is a burden no one should have to bear.
Prosecutor Sadmahi, Your Majesty, can this trial truly proceed without a divination seance? I can't blame her for not wanting to experience her father's murder firsthand.
Your Eminence, Your Eminence, what are your feelings on the matter? Shall we have her benevolence return home for some much-needed rest? We shall not. You fools spoil her with your feckless words of compassion. Listen well, Rafa. You have spoken time and time again about how grown up you are now.
Yes, but...
So let us see if the royal priestess has truly come into her own. Are you prepared to fulfill your duty and perform the divination seance as you should?
Yes.
That's better. See? Problem solved.
Poor Rafa, is this really a good idea?
I guess we'll see.
Very well. Let us begin the divination seance. Nina, my robe. Oh!
Looks... Looks like Nina's still missing.
It's been a whole day already. Barbed head.
Yes?
You removed my robe.
What? Why me? Don't keep her benevolence waiting now, Mr. Wright. Can't you see she's ready to begin? Right. I've been introduced to Royal Robe Remover.
It's like she's grooming Mr. Wright to be Nana's replacement.
Very well, Your Benevolence. Please start when you are ready. Come, Rafa. You know what must be done. There's no turning back now.
I know. Final memories of the deceased. This should be interesting.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Alright.
Right.
This is generally the same. Unless it's different this time, but even when it didn't work that one time, it wasn't changed. Just nothing happened after the fact. I really gotta get back to reading through the King IG case files. Because after this, I'll only have the Great Ace Attorney 2. And then I'll have run out of specifically planned things. Outside of, that Detective Conan game. Well, actually, there's a second Detective Conan game, isn't there? PlayStation 1. PlayStation 2, I think it is. I did a brief test to make sure it ran. I didn't get very far or even start a thing, so I don't know how it is exactly. Alright, let's see what's up. Ooh. Hi. Oh, goodbye. Your benevolence. What's wrong? Someone go get her. This is unacceptable. The bailiff, take her benevolence to the first aid station at once.
This is not good.
Your Eminence, do you have any idea why her benevolence collapsed so suddenly? It seems she was not ready for what the deceased was to reveal. It overwhelmed her. Her inexperience and immaturity left her ill-prepared to face her father's death. Aren't you capable of performing this seance? She said she could go through with it. How very disappointing. I don't think you left her much of a choice but to say she could.
I know someone who's not winning Mother of the Year, ever. I mean, of course, Rafa's going to be overwhelmed. She's still just a child. seems we have no choice but to move on to the witness testimony, Your Majesty.
Oh, yes. Let us proceed. Bailiff, summon the first witness, if you would. Witness. Hello? Yeah, fair enough. Is this not the accused?
It is indeed. I thought I would give him the opportunity to plead his case. For true justice is more than a unilateral presentation of the facts by the prosecution.
That seems uncharacteristically fair of her.
However, should the accused fail to produce convincing testimony, he, along with his cabal of traitorous lawyers, shall immediately be found guilty, and their heads will roll from their shoulders.
What? I should have known there was a catch. You record your rules. Same as it always was, I see. Got on. Now then, Mr. Dirksen Mahi, if you could enlighten us as to what happened. Well, I would if I could. Witness testimony. Dirk explains himself. I was struck by sudden dizziness the moment I entered the tomb. The next thing I knew, I was standing there with a bloody knife in my hand. Lying right in front of me was Inga, dead as a doornail. I've no recollection of what happened in the interim. But I didn't kill him. At least I don't think I did. It'd go against everything I believe in.
That didn't explain squat. For the record, let it be known that the accused's fingerprints were all over the murder weapon. And since he was caught in the act, there was no chance for a third party to tamper with it.
Well, that certainly seems to point the finger at you, Mr. Sudmahi. Something just got very quiet. There was something that was making noise and it stopped. Not sure what it was. Even as a lawyer, I have to agree with you there, Your Majesty.
Seriously, Dirk, this is no laughing matter.
This is exactly what God unwanted. To have Dirk try to plead his case, only to fail miserably.
How low can she go?
Prosecutor, behold this most unpleasant of spectacles, and let it be etched into your soul. See how instead of accepting the inevitable, those fish-brained lawyers flounder and flop themselves straight into the abyss of despair. Yes, Your Eminence, show me the way. Now then, will the defense please begin their cross-examination? Cross-examination. Alright. I was struck by a sudden dizziness the moment I entered the tomb.
Hold it!
You were struck by a sudden dizziness. Was it because of his illness? Is that something that has ever happened to you before?
Can't say that it has. Maybe he's catching up with me. I'm no spring chicken after all.
That's not the issue here.
Most cunning excuse, unbefitting of an insidious insurgent. I hate the way her hand is moving. Oh. A killer who does not recall his crime. How very convenient. Next I imagine you will plead insanity. You aim to seek a lesser sentence through excuses and subterfuge, do you not?
Objection!
Don't make me laugh, your malevolence. How dare you? I'm merely stating my innocence. I have no intention of offering excuses. It's your baseless speculation I would decry as foolish. You deceitful witch. Is it your wish that I should claim your head right now, in this very hall? Well, that would certainly speed things along.
Hold it!
Dirk, why don't you let me handle it from here? And if there's anything you need to say, you can say it through me, okay? Anything to stop you from needling the queen.
Next time you have an objection, you'd better have some proof to go with it, Dirk. The accused will continue with what he does call the crime. Next thing I knew, I was standing there with a bloody knife in my hand.
Hold it!
Do you recall anyone putting the knife in your hand, Dirk?
I wish I could say I did, but I don't remember a thing from before I came to. You think there might have been a third party in the tomb, son?
Yeah, because if you didn't do it, then the real killer must have been there with you.
Objection!
I mean, what are you going to object to? That's a reasonable statement. You called, Your Eminence.
Does she go anywhere without those goons?
I mean, it's not an unreasonable precaution to have some guards around. Was there a third party in the tomb when you were securing it? No, Your Eminence, we searched high and low, but found no one of the sort. And there you have it. Oh, right, they did search the place. Furthermore, my guards had the entire tomb surrounded, so there was no way for anyone to escape. That's right, no one got in or out without our knowledge. Her Eminence's on-site directives were absolutely flawless. Okay. Do you see now? The presence of third parties beyond the realm of possibility. The tomb was, for all intents and purposes, completely sealed off from the rest of the world. What a waste of time. How can it be any more obvious? Dirk must be the killer.
Thanks for nothing, gallery guy. As if our graves weren't already deep enough.
Accused, what do you believe about the possible presence of a third party? Well, based on the situation you presented, I'd say the chances are slim to none.
You didn't have to agree with her, Dirk.
Let the accused's statement be added to his testimony. Very well, Mr. Sadmahi, if you would.
It's like the more we press, the thinner our case gets.
Well, let's keep pressing and maybe work out the wrinkles in it too.
I think I should make some brownies later. I'm gonna check the chocolate we had, and we have enough for a double batch. Which would be nice. Wish we had some walnuts, though. Walnuts are nice in brownies, but we just don't have any.
Possibility of a third party being there in the tomb is probably non-existent.
Hold it!
We can't prove you innocent without at least the possibility a third party was there.
The possible in the impossible, son. That's just what a lawyer's got to do sometimes. Isn't that right? Right?
Who, me? Yeah, you could say that. I've seen more than my fair share of trials like that. I can start with no viable evidence, useful testimony, or any hope of winning. But through cold sweat, desperation, and a little luck, I always manage to pull them off. Right. I can see we are kindred spirits, you and I.
Jeez, taking cases like that must shave 5 years off your life.
If that were true, I'd be long dead.
Find the possible and the impossible. Can I prove that it was at least possible that there was a third party there? Dirk, what did you see at the scene of the crime?
Let's see, I came to... lying right in front of me was Inga, dead as a doornail.
Hold it!
My wire keeps bumping my mouse. You stated that he was dead as a doornail. How can you be so sure?
It's pretty easy to spot the difference between a soulless man and the soulless shell of a man. His complexion and the amount of blood at the scene made it obvious which was. Watch your words, or you shall join Minister Inga much sooner than expected. Why? He was trying to overthrow you. We established that. Who cares? Let's insult him even more. You can bow your head before him and seek his forgiveness there in the Twilight Realm. If you still have a head to bow, that is. You bloodthirsty spider! What happened to you? There was still a little love in your heart 23 years ago. You even used to think of me as a brother. It seems you truly do have a death wish. Is that really all you've got?
Dirk, I'm begging you. Enough of the lip. Just deliver your testimony, please.
Alright, I'll try. I can't promise anything. I have no recollection of what happened in the interim.
Hold it!
Days passed since the murder. Haven't you remembered anything in that time?
My memory is a complete blank. It's as if that part of my brain has been scooped right out. How very convenient. But even if you've no memory of the event, your guilt is without question. There's nothing more to debate. You're forgetting one thing, Godam. I have no motive. You lead a band of insurgents that seeks to overthrow the government. I would say that alone is motive enough to slay our kingdom's Minister of Justice.
Objection!
I've declared countless times that I lead a bloodless revolution. I forbid violence and murder, even if some younger members may have thirst for blood.
A bloodless revolution. He wouldn't really have a motive in that case. Is that an important statement?
Sure, why not?
That was an important statement. I'd like my client to add it to his testimony.
Very well then, the accused will please do as the defense has requested. I don't have a motive for killing Inga. After all, me and my ilk seek a bloodless revolution.
Hold it!
A bloodless revolution. Could you be more specific?
Talking about dragging this pompous prosecutor here off her bloody throne. So go ahead, Godon. Act all high and mighty now. This is the last chance you'll get. You still speak of rebellion despite the charges against you. You truly are a fool. I will prove your guilt soon enough and display your head for all of Kurain to see. People will forever speak of you, not as a revolutionary, but as the terrorist you are. you're mistaken, your malevolence. It will be you the people will speak of. The tyrant who was overthrown by her own people. I wonder if you will still be spewing such nonsense before the headsman's axe. I'm afraid I'll still be like this in the afterlife, Despot.
I know that sulfur strain is as foreign as apple pie to Dark, but I'd really rather go home than to the Twilight Realm after this.
But I didn't kill him. At least, I don't think I did. It'd go against everything I believe in.
Hold it!
Can you state that you didn't kill him more definitively?
How can I when I've no memory of what happened?
Well, can you at least state whether or not you are a murderer?
That I can do. I am not a murderer, and I would never kill anyone no matter the circumstances.
Objection!
And do you have any evidence to support your claim that you did not kill the minister? Evidence? No, can't say I do. In that case, you will strike the statement I didn't kill him from your testimony.
Wait, you can't just discard testimony like that. I mean, I'm the one cross-examining the defendant and all.
Hold your prattling tongue, foreign devil. I am the queen of this kingdom, and the queen is the law. As such, I need not follow the laws that are in place. I can make and break them at will. Henceforth, the accused will refrain from stating I didn't kill him.
What the?
Sure, whatever. It's a god on show, after all. Same as always. Though, I guess there's no evidence that proves I didn't kill him either.
Hold it!
Dirk, leave the evidence finding to me. Oh, please, will you stop agreeing with everything the prosecution says?
Alright, I'll stick to the facts from now on. Remember, son, if you truly believe me, you should be able to prove my innocence. I know you can do it.
He believes I'll prove him innocent. Even with all these inconvenient truths. Is that what he's saying?
I think Dirk might be onto something. Even the most disadvantageous facts may point the way to the truth. So don't ignore them. Think of them as food for thought.
Don't worry, I know. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. I need to remember that, no matter how difficult the facts may be to deal with.
If only we could establish the possibility of a third party.
But does the possibility itself even exist?
You don't have a choice. Proving it exists is the only way to start a real dialogue here. So we can do something with this. Oops. Let's see. Does not belong to the victim. You weren't injured, so that's something. Nothing else seems to point to it. Let's try this.
Objection!
Alright.
Your Eminence, I'm afraid this trial will not go exactly as you anticipated. Because I can show how there might have been a third party in that tomb.
Oh, wow, very fascinating. Go on, I do so love a good fairy tale.
We did a luminol test at the crime scene. We found a blood stain that didn't match the Justice Minister's blood. I will remind you that neither Dirk nor Miss Fey were injured during the incident. The thing is, this blood stain we found had been wiped up by someone.
what's this? But who would have done such thing?
That's the big question, isn't it? Who wiped up the blood, and why? Thinking about it logically, it must be someone who wanted to conceal their presence at the scene of the crime.
Oh, and to whom do you suppose the bloodstain might belong?
And the bloodstain belongs to the real killer. The bloodstain belongs to the real killer, of course. Whoever it was, they were probably shot while they were attacking Minstringa. And since their blood would give them away, they had to wipe it up. I say this because we know for a fact that the Justice Minister fired his gun in the tomb.
Objection!
You have the memory of a flea. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. This, too, is a known fact.
Objection!
But a bloodstain from a third party means there must have been someone hiding there.
Very well then, tell me this. Where was this third party hiding?
Oh,
Crime scene was thoroughly searched after it was discovered. So if there was a hiding place, it would have to be somewhere no one would dare look.
somewhere no one would dare look.
Coffin, obviously, and sarcophagus or whatever they're calling it. Let's have your answer, defense. Now, where could a third party have hidden?
Just right here. There's one place no one would search, not even the Queen's Royal Guard. And that would be inside Queen Amada's sarcophagus. Even now, it's locked up tight. No one would find you if you hid in there. I'm told that it's temperature controlled to preserve the mummy within. But if someone dressed warmly enough, they could withstand the cold for a short time.
This is sacrilege! Surely the perpetrator of such a foul deed would be cursed!
But that's just it. The killer knew everyone would be too scared to open the sarcophagus.
True, the guards were so scared of being cursed they wouldn't even touch it.
And when the coast was clear, the killer made a quick escape from within their frigid confines.
Well, now, that does sound like a plausible method of evading capture.
The defense requests a DNA test on the bloodstain. And then we'll see just who the real killer is.
Such insolence!
Bow your head and kneel, lawyer. So your head may be parted from your shoulders.
Oh, but the trial's not even over. Whoa!
How soon you forget you are already on the headsman's scaffold. As such, I could order you beheaded at any moment. Order your beheading at any moment.
All I did was request a DNA test.
I sort of assumed they were already, on that. There is no need to request such a test. Royal Guard, bring it forth now. Okay. Here you are, Your Eminence. The police have already identified the source of the bloodstain. The DNA test revealed the blood is of the traitor, Dirk Mahi.
What the? But Dirk wasn't injured, so where did his blood come from?
Maybe he coughed it up.
Dirk's illness. Still, there was a lot of blood. Could he really have coughed up that much? And did he wipe it up to hide his failing health? Dirk, is it really that bad?
Is the layering weird, or is it supposed to be on top of the rope? Because if it is, that would indicate that it got there after Maya was cut free. Oh shoot, you got me. A serious blood stain update in the court record. Analysis reveals it's Dirk's blood. Pay attention, horned devil. This case has already been solved. You claimed that this bloodstain would lead us to the real killer, did you not?
About that?
Did you or did you not make that claim of your own volition, defense?
Yes, I did.
After she steered you in that direction, that is.
You fell right into her trap.
Do you see now the folly in opposing the very embodiment of the law? Whatever you say or do shall come to no avail. A third party at the scene of the crime. It's beyond the realm of possibility.
No.
Praise be for Queen Godon. Remanence's legal tactics are beyond compare. I hate to say this, but she really got us good. The key to Amada's sarcophagus is under the protection of the royal family. My husband and I are the only ones who could open it. Therefore, it would be impossible for some knave to open it.
I really discount the sarcophagus as a hiding place, though. What if the real killer is still in there? No, that's just ridiculous.
I believe we have rebels and sympathizers in the gallery today. It is you to whom I speak. Have you been listening? Dark Sadmahi, the one who proclaimed a bloodless revolt, has betrayed your cause by resorting to murder. Oh, it can't be. Dirk would never.
There must be some kind of mistake. The Defiant Dragons and their sympathizers are starting to have doubts.
So this is why Godon allowed us to cross-examine Dirk. By establishing his guilt in Inga's murder, she effectively damaged his reputation among those who support him.
Oh, but now we have an even bigger problem.
And now, filthy lawyers, you will honor your end of the bargain. Accept your guilty verdict for your failure to explain your client's actions. Now I shall pass judgment upon the criminal Dark Sadmahi.
What's this? You shall pass judgment. But your eminence, is that not my role?
Hold your tongue. You are but a figurehead before me, the embodiment of the law. Before me, the embodiment of law. Consider yourself dismissed. As Queen of Karain, I shall now pass judgment upon the accused.
Can you stop?
Objection!
Wait! You didn't even give me a chance to rebut.
Know when you are defeated, lawyer. But just this once, I'm willing to show you the depths of my compassion. Tell me why I should allow these proceedings to continue. Come, convince me. Quick, Apollo. Even if you have to bluff, we've got to keep this trial going. Show her that Show her that the crime could have been committed by a third party.
How am I supposed to do that?
Oh, why don't you start with, how about the timing of Inga's murder?
What?
This whole case is built on a single premise. That Inga was murdered after Dirk entered the tomb. What if that's not true?
Showing my microphone, trying to
Sort things out. Didn't knock it loose, did I? You know, it's good.
like, if our assumptions are all wrong, it just might work.
Well, don't keep us waiting, defense.
Dirk became the prime suspect because it didn't seem probable that there was a third party at the scene of the crime. But there is another question we should ask ourselves at this time. Was Minister Inga really killed after Dirk entered the tomb?
What nonsense is this?
Setting aside the assumption that the murder occurred after Dirk's arrival on the scene opens up the possibility of a third party committing the crime. The question before us is, when was Minister Inga really killed?
Killed after he was found. No.
Isn't it possible that before Dirk even set foot in the tomb, Minister Inga was already dead?
That would certainly make the possibility of a third party more probable. Why, of course. I fell unconscious right after I entered the tomb. Even if I hadn't, I wouldn't have had a clear line of sight to his body from the entrance. Which means...
You wouldn't have noticed his body. You wouldn't have noticed his body either way. The scenario is entirely possible. And so we can't rule out the possibility of a third person committing the crime.
I see. Well, that certainly does make sense.
So far, so good. This might actually work.
Very well. I shall play along with whatever little game you have knocking around at that tiny mind. I was starting to get quite bored of all this. I could do with a distraction.
Yes.
Let us hear some testimony that will shed light on when exactly the minister was slain. Bailiff, summon Rafa. Surely she is recovered by now.
But what about me? Don't I serve a purpose anymore?
I hope you are feeling better, Your Benevolence.
Must I perform the divination seance? What? Oh, no.
We merely require your testimony this time.
How could my testimony be of any value?
Your Benevolence.
Princess Rafa seems awfully depressed.
After what she's been through, summoning her again is like rubbing salt in the wound. Being unable to perform the seance was probably the last straw.
I hope she doesn't pass out again. Prosecutor Slipmahi, may I ask you something?
Of course, Your Benevolence. Almost forgot he was here.
I've been meaning to ask you this since yesterday. Did you know about Queen Amara? And about me?
Where did you hear such a thing?
From Mother, and only yesterday.
Rafa was carrying on about telling the truth to the people. The people who are in the gallery and can hear what you're saying right now. So I told her what the truth really was. For it is up to a mother to discipline her child. I see. Be that as it may, your benevolence, it has no bearing upon our trial here today. So there's no need to let it trouble you.
I know.
Goran told Rafa about something other than Amada's status.
Sounds like it, but what could it be?
Rafa, the defense has proposed something preposterous. They somehow think your father was already dead when Dirk entered the tomb. But I believe you can prove them wrong. Are you prepared to do what is required of you?
Yes, I am ready to testify.
Very well then, your benevolence. Your testimony, if you please. What Rafa witnessed?
On the day of the murder, I was gazing upon the courtyard from my second-floor veranda. Around 2:30 p.m., I saw my father heading for Amar's tomb. Then, at about 2:45, I saw Barbed Head and company enter the courtyard. I saw no one go in or out of the tomb after my father entered at about 2:30. Your second-floor veranda. Oh, she must be talking about that house facing Inga's private residence. So that's the location from which you saw your father, and at about 2:30. Yes, and shortly after that, you people arrived at the royal residence.
So, after the minister entered Amar's tomb at around 2:30, no one went in or out of there until the murder was discovered. The tomb is closed to outsiders, so no one could have snuck in before the murder. That rules out any possibility of a third party lying in wait to slay my poor husband.
Or so she'd like us to believe.
Now hear me, you useless lawyer. Cease this charade and bow before me. Charade? One of those. For I, Queen Garan, shall finally have your head. Forgive me, Your Eminence, but first let us allow the defense to question the witness.
On the day of the murder, I was gazing upon the courtyard from my second-floor veranda.
Hold it!
You say you'd been watching the courtyard until we arrived, correct? That seems like an awfully long time. There is much that weighs on my mind. I see. She really does sound troubled.
I don't think she ever fully recovered from the previous trial.
Your benevolence. As crown princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. What is that noise?
It's very windy out there. Maybe I should see if I can see the garbage cans from here. Because I guess they would have just gotten emptied. The garbage truck came by. I prefer that they not blow away again. I can't see anything from here. I'm not hearing anything else at least, but...
Ah, jeez. My water. How much of that is on the floor now? It's definitely on my sock. Gross. Okay, not as bad as it could have been. I need to go get some paper towels or something. Hold on. Some. Now the floor is wet. At least the cup had a lid, so it didn't get everywhere. Ugh. That's fine. Whose bottle pop? Empty bottle. Just leave things around. Ugh. Nightmare. Didn't mess up my microphone, did it? No, it looks okay. Ugh. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I'm even up to the task. I guess it's not easy being a princess. Your benevolence. I'd be happy to lend an ear if you'd ever like to talk. What would you know of my woes? Do not presume to exceed your station in life. Jeez, teenagers. Your benevolence, what did you witness from your veranda? Well, around 2:30 p.m., I saw my father heading for Amar's tomb.
Hold it!
Did your father seem different or troubled in any way? Let me think. Oh, there was one unusual thing. There was. Yes, a shriek emanated from within my father's quarters. After which I witnessed him bolt outside, his countenance drained of its usual color. He screamed and he was looking pale. What do you suppose happened? I know not. Perhaps he had a bad dream. Maybe it was a nightmare about being raked over the coals by the queen. It seems our young lawyer here wishes to hasten his journey to the Twilight Realm. Sorry, that was rude of me. Does the defense believe the witness's last statement to be important? I believe it is. I would like the witness to add it to her testimony. And that sounds very important. My father let out a scream and came dashing out of his room, his face pale. And why do you think he screamed? Was he surprised by someone who didn't belong there? Did anyone else come out? I didn't see anyone else. Just my father. That last statement was seriously lacking in conviction. Should I press her on this? We have options. Your benevolence. Yes. This incident was a real shock to us all. It must have been really terrible for you. But I want to let you know, I know how you feel. But please stop, you presume too much. It's times like these that you need something to take your mind off things. How about we all go on a picnic together or something? Buddy, I think you lost the plot. I need no sympathy from you. Go on your little picnic alone, Hornhead. Well, that didn't go well.
Apollo, you have to take a more aggressive approach with people like her.
Yeah, he's probably right. Now back to my testimony.
No, it sounds like we need to go back and do that other thing, though.
Hold it!
Why do you think he screamed?
Was someone there? You didn't see anyone?
Your benevolence. Let's have some details. The more the better. Details, you say? Yes, for example, are you sure you didn't see anyone in the royal residence before 2:30? Before 2:30? Well, is that a yes or a no? Foreign devil. I'd been gazing upon the courtyard since about 2 yesterday. Yet I saw none other than my father. Oh, if only I'd stopped him then.
I think you've struck a nerve, or rather obliterated one.
Maybe I pressed a little too hard. Still, that last statement seemed a little off somehow. So you didn't see anyone except your father in the courtyard after 2 p.m., huh? Please add that to your testimony, your benevolence. I have been gazing upon the courtyard since about 2, but father was the only one I saw.
Hold it!
Is the royal residence always so empty? Naturally, it is where the royal family lives, and we are few in number. Besides Nana and the little birds who visit, I have no one else to talk to. Is there anything more stereotypically princessy than talking to birds? So Nana wasn't around at all yesterday. It seems she was quite busy. I was all alone the entire day. It's been like that a lot lately.
Wright doesn't go to school, so she probably doesn't have any close friends. She must lead a rather solitary life.
I guess being a prisoner isn't all it's cracked up to be.
Rafa, I shall buy you a new servant.
I don't want you to buy me a servant like some sort of pet. I want Nana. I'm beginning to see why Rafa turned out like she did.
Your benevolence, please tell us about what happened after you saw your father.
Well, it was around 2:30 when I saw him heading for the tomb. Then, at about 2:45, I saw Barbed Head and company enter the courtyard.
Hold it!
2:45. Yes, I believe that's around when we arrived. Mr. Wright, Athena, Dirk, and I were running toward the tomb. Yes, I was taken aback, as we don't normally see commoners in the palace courtyard. Even more shocking was that Dirk, a wanted man, was with you. Yeah, I suppose so. I thought the villainous leader of the Defiant Dragons was here with his minions. Because it was, you know, time for a revolution. I think you've been watching too much of that TV show.
I have already banned its broadcast for containing content unsuitable for our kingdom. Besides, the actress playing Rayfa looked nothing like her. I can't have my subjects feeling so disappointed when they see the real Rayfa.
Mother, why are you so cruel to me? Are you ashamed? Are you so ashamed? Once I am all grown up, I shall be just as full-figured as that actress.
I kind of thought the actress was a little less nice looking. She's placing all her hopes on one final growth spurt.
For her sake, I hope it's in her DNA.
I suppose you could always hope for a miracle.
Oh, I'll show you. I shall double my milk intake and grow up big and strong.
There, your benevolence. I think you are fine just the way you are. Now may I ask that you continue with your testimony?
I wish I could grow up faster. I saw no one go in or out to the tomb after my father entered at about 2:30.
I mean, Dirk went into the tomb.
Hold it!
Is it possible you missed seeing someone pass through? No. My veranda has a commanding view of the entire grounds, and I saw no one else. That doesn't seem right somehow.
Do not underestimate my daughter. She may be lacking elsewhere, but her eyes are the finest.
Lacking elsewhere? Talk about a mother I'd never wish on my worst enemy.
She needs Nana now more than ever. Rayfa didn't see anybody in the royal residence area after 2 p.m.
That's a really long time to just look at a courtyard.
She was probably lost in thought. She's at the age where I'm sure she's got a lot on her mind. Okay. So I believe what we need here is this. 2 p.m. Dots like down the plaza, manhole, through firecracker, blah blah blah. Swoop Shadow ran off. I'll be caught up to him in the courtyard. Shadow had between Nana's hat. Yeah, but the timing is right.
Objection!
Your benevolence. You're covering for someone, aren't you? Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, Rayfa, but you're not gonna like this. Well, the thing is, I have a statement here that you might find interesting. It's from a witness who claims that around 2 p.m. his dog got loose and ran into the palace courtyard. That's when the little fellow stole this hat from someone. That's Nana's. Nothing, never mind.
You fool of a daughter. It seems the princess made a blunder.
So let me get this straight. This is Nana's hat, which means she had to have been in the royal residence at around 2. If so, then you had to have seen Nana sometime after 2 p.m. yesterday. No! Please, your benevolence, tell us what you really saw. It is as you say, Hornhead. I saw Nana. And I saw that That dingbat dog steal her hat from her in front of my father's residence. I knew it. Why didn't you say so in the first place? Because, my mother told me not to. What? Would you care to explain, Your Eminence?
I request that she withhold said information, for it is of no relevance to this case.
Objection!
You don't get to decide.
If you disagree, then prove that it is relevant to the case at hand.
Oh, I will. Your Benevolence, please tell us everything you witnessed when you saw Nana. Alright. When I saw that dingbat dog attack Nana, I ran to help. I raced from my second floor veranda down into the courtyard. Wait, that means that while you were coming down, you took your eyes off the courtyard. Yes, but only for a moment. This is crucial testimony. If you took your eyes off the courtyard, it means somebody else could have entered the tomb without you ever knowing. Your Benevolence, are you sure no one else was there? Yes. She's hiding something again. What about Nana? Were you able to help her? When I got down to the courtyard, Nana she was gone. Gone? Yes, and I never saw her again after that. Any idea what happened? That dingbat dog must have gobbled her up. I seriously doubt that. But how could Nana simply disappear while Rafa wasn't looking? Rafa must know something. The only question is what. Why do you suppose Nana disappeared? Even an educated guess would help. For example, maybe she got fed up with you acting like a spoiled child. You know, something like that.
That's enough!
Such impudence! Nana would not leave me merely for acting spoiled. You're not even gonna deny your behavior. In any case, it seems I was wrong. Moving right along. Rafa must know something. The only question is what. Do you have any idea where Nana disappeared to? What do you mean? Well, during the time you took your eyes off the courtyard, someone could have headed into the tomb. And it just so happens that Nana disappeared right at that moment. No!
Wait, you think Nana had something to do with the murder?
I don't think we can rule it out. It sounds like something had kept Nana occupied since the early morning. Plus she was seen right before the murder, and then seemed to vanish into thin air.
Right. And since she's Rafa's attendant, she could come and go as she pleased within the palace grounds.
Could Rafa's attendant really be the killer? But that would mean... First my father, and now Nana. These were the people I trusted most. How could this be?
Objection!
Do not heed their lies. Lawyers are a foul breed, quick to claim a third party is to blame for a crime. Nana did not enter the tomb. That much is certain.
How can you be so sure?
When Nana's hat was stolen, that crazed cur spilled an urn full of water upon my husband's doorstep. Is that not right, Rafa?
Yes, it is. While that dingbat dog was tugging on Nana's hat, it tipped over the urn. The bottoms of her shoes would have been soaked with water.
Oh, bottoms of her shoes would have been soaked with water. And if she had truly headed into the tomb with wet shoes, she would have left her shoe prints along the way. The only shoe prints to be found belonged to my husband, Inga.
Huh? And
That's right, Nana never did go into the tomb that day. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters.
how do you know?
It's quite simple. No footprints in there. Shoe prints were discovered in Inga's private quarters. Shoe prints that belonged to Nana. That's right. Edgeworth and I did see some shoe prints in there. Now, do you understand? Nana could not possibly have gone into the tomb. And that supposed third person at the crime scene is but a figment of your imagination. Another glorious deduction. All hail the genius that is Her Eminence Queen Gada. Bow down before her glory, witness lawyer.
Did those guys fanboy any harder? But is it really true? Did Nana not go into the tomb?
Excuse me, but
Mr. Wright?
your benevolence, what time was it when that dog attacked Nana?
I believe it was about 2:15 p.m.
I see. Hollow, if Nana entered Inga's private quarters at around 2:15, and Inga came racing out at around 2:30, pale-faced and screaming, and then
I know what you're getting at. Yes, that might explain his scream.
would the defense please share their theory regarding Justice Minister Inga's scream?
Certainly, Your Majesty. Minister Inga screamed because...
I guess this makes no sense.
maybe he was attacked by Nana. This would make the Justice Minister's private quarters the real scene of the crime.
Objection!
That's not quite what I meant. As you already see no bounds. The minister's body was found in the tomb. Or are you suggesting that the body was moved?
It's not quite what I think the minister was moved from his private quarters. I think the possibility... That's not quite what I was going for here. I'd say there's no way the body was moved. After all, there was an awful lot of blood in the tomb.
I understand if the scream was in reaction to Nana's attack, but Inga died in the tomb.
We need to explain how those two realities could coincide. How are we supposed to do that? Oh, maybe maybe where he was stabbed and where he died were two completely different locations.
What do you mean?
It's just, let's look at this as simply as possible.
Okay, that's not quite what I was going for, but apparently it is what Apollo was going for.
If the minister's body wasn't moved, he might have been stabbed by Nana in his private quarters, but then died in the tomb.
I see. On the one hand, that seems plausible, but on the other, it seems decidedly implausible. Prosecutor Sudmahi, what is that fool babbling on about now? Is this a riddle from one of those fortune cookies Americans seem so fond of? Perhaps, but I believe he himself does not know what he means to say. In all likelihood, it was a poor attempt to confuse us. We should simply ignore him.
Objection!
I wasn't finished yet, so hold off on the analysis, would you? The autopsy report never stated that the minister's death was instantaneous. So he could have conceivably moved from one place to another after being stabbed.
Oh my, are you suggesting he ran all the way to the tomb with a knife sticking out of his back?
Well, yes, that's the gist of it.
In short, Minister Inga saw Nana with a knife, let out a scream, and when he turned his back to her to flee...
Right, and that's when he was stabbed from behind. Well, Your Majesty, does my theory hold water?
Such insolence!
How dare you bore me like this?
Uh-huh.
You are a humorless moron, spewing an endless stream of unamusing drivel.
I wasn't trying to be funny, Your Eminence.
Prosecutor, enlighten this ignorant clown in lawyer's clothing. Your Eminence.
Mahita.
You dull, slow-witted, putrid-minded lawyer. Perhaps you would be too stupid to notice you had been stabbed in the back, but a normal person would have noticed due to the excruciating pain.
No, hold on.
Allow me to teach you the meaning of pain.
Ah, please stop.
Mahita has a point. Normally, most people would notice a dagger in their back.
Oh, yeah, I doubt someone could ignore pain like this.
Still, in this case, it's the word normally that we should emphasize. Apollo, take another look at the court record.
Right. There must be something that explains this. There's a reason Inga didn't feel any pain. And the defense will submit evidence proving just that.
Very well, please present your evidence. Why didn't Justice Minister Inga notice that he had been stabbed?
Take that!
Those are my father's painkiller shots.
The defense will explain the significance of this evidence.
Minister Inga suffered from terrible back pain, so he often injected himself with these. We're told that one shot in the back would make all his pain go away. With this, it's easy to explain what happened. Don't tell me you didn't know about these, Your Eminence.
You can't mean...
Minister Inga was stabbed in his back, close to where he usually injected the painkiller. Therefore, it's entirely possible that he hadn't noticed that he'd been stabbed.
What's this? Then...
Are you suggesting Justice Minister Inga really ran off with a knife protruding from his back?
I am, Your Majesty. So then, when I saw my father, he had a knife sticking out of him. I mean, with that cape of his, I couldn't see his back very well. Yes, the knife was there. It was just plunged in so deep that you didn't notice it under the cape. Therefore, when you saw your father, he was already dead. Murdered by Nana in his private quarters. Pukunga!
Holy mother of Kodain! Are we dealing with the living dead here? Well, technically he wasn't dead yet.
I know it's hard to believe, but this is a plausible sequence of events. And once Minister Inga arrived at the tomb, he could have removed the knife and dropped dead from blood loss. Nana killed my father. There must be some mistake. The defense would like to call Nana to the stand.
Objection!
You seek to drag an innocent woman to the stand with no proof whatsoever.
Well, there's no real proof, but...
What a tangled web of expedient lies you weave.
I can no longer tell fact from fiction. Who or what shall I believe in now? I'm sorry, Raifa. All I've done is confuse you. But I have a sneaking suspicion Nana's involved in this case, one way or another.
Just when I thought we'd blown this case wide open.
Well, there's no turning back now.
You fool of a lawyer. I know why you're so desperate to prove the accused innocent.
You do?
Yes, because he faces public execution if proven guilty. As shall you, under the stipulations of the Defense Culpability Act. From the moment you accepted this case, you have had no choice but fight for your lives.
No, the simple fact is, I've always believed that Dirk is innocent.
Still you cling to your pretense. Very well, I shall offer you a bargain. If you would admit that the accused is guilty, right here, right now, I shall overlook your crime of betting him, and you will not be subject to execution.
Is this some sort of joke?
Far from it. As queen, I have the power to grant pardons, even to criminals like you. And with the wave of my hand, I can even reduce the severity of a sentence. Perhaps even for Dark, should you be willing to cooperate. She wasn't kidding when she said that she's the law here. But to flaunt that power in our faces like that, it's just wrong. Forget all that has transpired in our kingdom and return to your own country in peace. Well, will you abandon your defense of the accused and accept my generous offer?
If I don't take this deal, I'll be executed with Dirk if he's found guilty. What should I do?
Obviously, we have to continue.
Nice try, Godon. But it looks like you don't know what justice is made of. We won't kowtow to threats like that, Your Eminence. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, but I can't back down now. I don't want to drag you into this, so...
Don't worry, I'm with you, Apollo. To the bitter end, if need be. And, well, I can't say I'm used to it. This isn't exactly my first rodeo.
But if I'm found guilty, you'll get the death penalty too. Even knowing that, you still want to defend me?
I don't know what happened in the past, and it looks like everyone in this country considers lawyers to be liars. So I can understand if you don't believe me. But I still believe in you and your innocence. So all I have to do is keep believing and find the truth. That's all there is to it. So keep on fighting, Apollo. You'll hear no objections from me.
You nincompoops. You'll die if you lose this case. Why would you even entertain the notion of continuing? I believe that Dirk is innocent. That's why. Besides, trials exist to give the truth a chance to get out into the open. You can't give up just because you're afraid of some punishment. Even if that punishment is death, does that not frighten you, Hornhead? You wouldn't be scared. I mean, just thinking about it makes me weak in the knees too, to be honest. Makes me weak in the knees, to be honest. But as a lawyer, I have a duty to protect my client. I can't just abandon that. A duty you're willing to die for. And yet,
Judy, that's a heavy burden, all right. Rifa looks like she's really struggling.
Your benevolence. As Crown Princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. Most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I'm even up to the task.
But it's no surprise, considering the torrent of painful truths she's had to face. Very well then. If the defense is prepared to face a death sentence under the Defense Culpability Act, then I see no reason not to continue with the proceedings. But I must admit, I see no grounds for doubting the accused's guilt. Unless the defense has further evidence that would indicate a different suspect.
Do we have anything like that?
Well, lawyer, do you have any new evidence you would care to present? Or shall I have the executioner start his preparations?
If she thinks I can't do this, she's got another thing coming. But first, I have some serious thinking to do. I'd say that new evidence indicating a different suspect. I don't have anything. Such evidence does not exist.
Just as I thought. So hoping you present meaningless evidence and allow me to claim your head.
Glad I didn't walk headfirst into that one then.
So, what now, Apollo?
Well, unless we can prove that Nana killed Inga, this trial is over, and so are we.
Isn't there still a way to get the proof we need? Even without evidence? No, the key means of obtaining testimony here in Kodain.
Wait, are you actually suggesting?
Certainly won't be easy, but it's worth a try.
Your Majesty. A crucial step in uncovering the truth behind this case has yet to be taken in this trial. But I'm positive that I can back up our claim with this one step.
You mean you will be able to prove that Nana killed Justice Minister Inga? Just how do you propose to do that?
With the help of a certain someone.
You need help.
Someone.
Well, I can't imagine who it could be. But I suppose I must ask. Whose help do you need to uncover the truth?
Take that!
But that is...
Me. Here in Kodain, legal proceedings include the viewing of the victim's final moments. But that requires your benevolence's help. Such information is just as vital as any other piece of conclusive evidence.
If you're right about this, Raifa's power should enable her to see the very moment Nana stabbed Inga. It's the final moment, so if he got out to the place and, like, pulled it out then, you might not actually catch that part.
It will be hard to watch your father's murder, but it's the only way to uncover the truth. Your benevolence, we need you and your power. You need me, huh?
Objection!
Wretched simpleton, did you not see what ensued in the previous attempt? You would only succeed in wasting more time. Or is it your goal to make her collapse again?
Objection!
The princess said she was prepared earlier. Besides, it's her duty as a royal priestess. I'd say it's all up to her now. Am I prepared to fulfill my duty?
There's no divination seance required in all trials anyway. If so, I imagine there'd be a problem with handing in a verdict without one. Indeed. It would be problematic. Under Kodaini's law, a seance must be conducted before a verdict can be rendered.
Such insolence!
Yikes.
Must you try my patience so? If I must dispense with that vexing law, then dispense with it I shall. As ruling sovereign of Kodain, I proclaim the following. Henceforth, the divination seance shall be optional.
What? She has the power to do that.
She just rewrote the law with a flourish of her hand.
Mother, I do not wish for the trial to end like this. It is as the defense said. I must not neglect my duties simply because I am afraid. I shall go through with it this time. I will conduct the seance once more.
Such insolence!
Raifa, do not be fooled by his lawyerly guile. You are not prepared to witness your father's death.
But Hornhead needs my help.
Rafa, did you not tell me earlier? Did you not tell me you were prepared? But despite your grandiose posturing, you collapsed in a most piteous fashion. Even worse, you have erred in your insights of late. For has not the barbed one there overturned them more than once? You cannot be trusted to keep your word, nor can you reveal the truth through your insights. So I say to you, be gone. This sacred hall of justice has no need for such a worthless royal priestess.
Worthless? Wow. How could she say that to her own daughter? So, Mother, you think me worthless?
Objection!
Her benevolence says she can do it, doesn't she? So I don't see why you have to condemn her before she's even made the attempt.
Very well, horned devil. If you really are so bent on having a seance, I shall give my consent.
Really?
However, should Rafa fail once more, you two and the accused shall all be executed on the spot.
Come again.
This is proving to be far more entertaining than I had anticipated. Well, lawyer, what say you? Will you wager your life and call on Rafa to perform a divination seance?
I don't think you're worthless, your benevolence. Far from it, in fact. If you say you can do it, then I believe in you. Hornhead, I do not understand. If I fail, you will be put to death. I know you collapsed during your previous attempt. I can't even imagine how terrible it must have been for you. But despite that, you are willing to try again. I have faith in that conviction, in that courage. My courage.
So she was doomed to fail if she didn't have the courage to perform the seance. But looks like she's got the determination to try again.
Right. And that's a bet I'm willing to take. But it is as Mother said, I've erred in my insights as of late. Not only have I failed to reveal the truth, I've also contributed to false accusations. Knowing that, can you still say that you believe in me?
Objection!
I wouldn't take stock in those words, your benevolence. Despite what your mother says, I don't think you've made any errors at all.
Uh-huh.
In the trials I've been a part of here in Karain, I would have never proven my client's innocence without your seances. Because even though they didn't always reflect the absolute truth, the insight they provided served as vital leads to finding the truth.
Vital leads. My seances. So please, your benevolence, try to perform the divination seance one more time.
Objection!
Rafa, stop this madness. It is for your own good. You are ill prepared to face your father's death. Go, leave this sacred hall at once.
No.
What did you say?
I said no, Mother. For I am the royal priestess of Kadain.
I have no need for you now.
Even if you do not need me, Mother. Hornhead in this Hall of Justice too. He proved that to me by risking his own life. It is because of him that I now understand. The divination seance is my sacred duty. I must fulfill it no matter the risk. Your benevolence. Mother taught me that the divination seance was a mirror reflecting naught but the truth. But I began to have my doubts after Barb had disproved the insights it offered. And now, I don't even know who or what to trust anymore. Father, Mother, even Nana, I had believed in them above all others. But I finally know now. I know in what I can trust. The royal priestess must debate each seance with the presiding lawyer and prosecutor. So that it can be interpreted properly. That is how I believe trials here in Kadain should function. Therefore, the Hall of Justice needs me. It is my power that leads trials towards the truth. That is my sacred duty, and I will never shirk from it again.
That right there, your benevolence, is a product of what you've learned in your struggle so far. The truth that you realized with your own strength.
As my sacred duty, I must ensure that it is fulfilled. I must have the courage and resolve to see it through. Your Eminence, the royal priestess says that she will conduct the divination seance. I see no grounds for you to forbid it. Unless, of course, you are worried that it might reveal something you find inconvenient. Mother, I am done letting you have your way.
Rafa, you would actually rebel against me, your mother and queen.
Though I am scared to see my father's death. I must face my fear. That is what Hornhead has taught me here today. Rafa.
I am the royal priestess Rafa Padma Kurain. And I am prepared to face my father's death.
Your Eminence, it seems the princess is more grown up than you thought. Rafa. Well then, let us proceed with the divination seance.
The victim's final moments. This should be interesting. I wonder what Inga's memories are going to show us.
Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
All right. I should probably be saying something, but I don't know. I got like early enough, but I could not get to sleep very well last night. Just I should probably do like laundry later. Maybe some fresh bed sheets would help. Wash mine up. Make them clean. Just my blanket's a pain to wash. I have like this. Oh. Drinking some wine. Got some incense. Got wine in there. Man's voice. His face is all fuzzy. Shot at someone, but he wasn't injured. So, I imagine if there had been a bullet hole or something, that would have been sorted. That's a cat food alarm. That's sort of my job, but it's also sort of someone else's job now. Because the one cat has issues that he needs to be fed separate from... He can't eat the other cat's food. He has, like, special food for his problems. So he needs to be prevented from eating the other cat's food. Hello, honey. I was supposed to get other people up to do that. Maybe give it a little bit so I can... But then... Alright. Let me see about getting that sorted. I was supposed to get other people up to do it. Is really what was meant to happen. So I will do that. I can't put my sock back on because it's wet. Ugh. Walk around without. Whatever. Let's get wet. Maybe it's just cold.
So yeah, I'll go sort out what to do about the cat food. Also, get some more water. I'll be right back.
Lollipop. My dearest little lollipop. Food for you. I'm gonna set it over here. Someone appears to have put a fan in the normal spot for your food. I don't know what that's about. Go get it. Alright. I returned. The cats have been fed. Must you walk this way? Princess. Princess. What did you click on? Seem to have turned on window capture, which isn't currently set to anything. Actually, no, I think it's set to that Pokemon game I'd been playing. Okay, everything's good. So we just saw the seance, which looks pretty bad. But you know. What in the faceless being? What the heck? His face is just like that picture of the founder. I think that's the last thing anyone expected to see. Oh, Father. Was it? What was it you saw? Are we to understand this was the last thing the victim saw? Yes, there can be no mistake. That was what my father himself witnessed. Well, that's very strange. You don't suppose the Holy Mother possessed the accused and slew Minister Inga for planning a coup? The divine wrath of the Holy Mother. The Holy Mother, ever grateful for your blessings. Talk about a sharp left turn into the Twilight Zone. You know, there's one thing in there that caught my attention. That laugh. Who does it belong to, and why are they laughing? Who knows? Oh, I suppose it could be Dirk after he slew my husband. Uh-huh. But that figure didn't even have a mouth. I think he has some perception issues. I'm guessing that's what that list of visual traits was about. I think we're done here, lawyer. How so? You claim that Minister Inga was stabbed in his private quarters, and, feeling no pain, went to the tomb where he eventually fell dead. This seance vision proves he was stabbed in the tomb and felt great pain, no less. Oh, that. Therefore, as I asserted all along, it was the accused who stabbed the minister in the tomb. Everything just backfired big time. Well, Garon has the devil's own luck, doesn't she? Now then, I shall give voice to the soul of the deceased. Listen well and heed these words. Insight. Rifa's insight.
At around 3 p.m., my father was waiting in the tomb to make the hostage exchange. He was drinking grape juice while gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother. He had been waiting vigilantly when suddenly he heard Dirk's voice. The next moment, he was stabbed in the back and collapsed. My father tried to shoot his attacker, but he missed, and the attacker let out a laugh. So what now, Mr. Wright?
It's up to us to knock holes in Rafa's interpretations of Inga's memories. In other words, we need to prove that her understanding of them could be mistaken.
Okay, I'll give it a try.
Grape sour. Incense. A lot of incense going on. Footsteps, normal. Closer to the incense, so it's stronger. That makes sense. His voice. Voice just keeps going. You're not turning around to look or anything. And then pain. Footsteps. Blurry. Drinking grape juice. Waiting vigilantly. Let's see. What do we need here? Time is fine. Sure, normal. Not sure I'd call that the next moment. Like, the voice showed up for like a while and he just kind of kept walking over there. These are always weird. Sometimes it's clear, but sometimes it's like, I don't know. Oh, he's still walking over there, like,
Objection!
for a while. I don't know. Oh, my health. Your benevolence, this insight is inconsistent with the vision. Oh, please do tell. Where exactly does this inconsistency lie, Hornhead? Well, it's kind of hard to say, especially when you put me on the spot like this.
The defense will only present opinions that won't collapse under pressure.
Guess I'd better take a closer look at the insights in the vision before I try again.
Grape juice, gazing upon the picture. Waiting vigilantly when suddenly he heard Dirk's voice. This moment he was stabbed in the back and collapsed. Father tried to shoot his attacker, but he missed, and the attacker let out a laugh. In theory, that would make sense, but I don't think there were signs of a bullet hole around there, right? There had only been, like, one bullet found at the scene, wasn't there? Where is the information about bullets? Photo, cause of death. There's the one broken statue over there, but... Button, that doesn't really help. That's not helpful. Bloodstain, painkillers. Right around 2 p.m. a channeling, right? Where's the information on the bullets? Was that never added to the stuff? Alright, what am I looking for here? Drinking grape juice. Anything visually off? I don't know what to do about this. There wouldn't be anything that moves by too quickly. That would make sense. I mean, I could just try saying it just says man's voice. Very specific. You're also not being super vigilant. You just kind of stood here for a while this was going on.
Objection!
Your benevolence, there seems to be an inconsistency in your interpretation. An inconsistency? Where? Minister Inga is far too relaxed for what was supposedly about to take place. When he heard the voice you claim is Dirk's, he didn't seem the least bit alarmed. He just kept looking at the picture of the founder. That's strange, right? He was waiting for Dirk to arrive with the founder's orb. But when he heard that voice, he didn't even turn to look. Don't you think he would have been worried about being attacked from behind? Then whose voice was it? It was likely someone whose presence wouldn't have alarmed him. Someone like a friend.
Objection!
But there was no third party at the scene of the crime. Therefore, the voice can only have belonged to Dirk.
The voice of a third party who wasn't there in the tomb.
Apollo, don't we have something that could reveal the owner of the mystery voice?
You know, I think we do. Something that Inga had while he was waiting for Dirk. With it, we might just be able to figure out whose voice it was. I believe we can identify the male voice Minister Inga heard with this.
I don't have anything else about his phone, right? Here's the picture. Look at this phone he has.
Take that!
That's my father's. I know this must be hard for you, but could you please look at this photo? There's something here that can point us toward the identity of the voice. This is the real source of the man's voice.
Take that!
A cell phone. Right. I believe that the voice the minister heard was of a call on this cell phone.
I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. What is your eminence's view on the matter? I can see the possibility.
And it seems I must refine my vision. Subordinate. Sure. It appears that the voice belonged to one of my father's subordinates. Why do you suppose he was talking to one of them then? My father had members of the secret police positioned throughout the palace. They were supposed to contact him as soon as they saw Dirk and the rest of you. Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
Your benevolence, I believe you have an insight to revise.
I know, barbed head. Don't presume to tell me how to do my duty.
Father then took a call from a subordinate at the palace. So, the voice was coming from the phone. That's good to know. But there might have been other sounds coming from the phone. Sounds that could be clues. Let's take another look at Raifa's insights and really focus on the various sensations.
Okay, I think I'm getting the hang of this now.
Other sounds, it could be the phone. I mean, the only other sound was the explosion, the footsteps seem quite consistent with the fact that he's moving. Lions roar, dogs bark. Oops. I don't know what to make of that. Oh, I know. That guy was out at the bazaar, and so the voice heard would have been, or not the voice, the explosion heard would have been the what's his name's firecracker thing.
Objection!
I hate to break it to you, Your Benevolence, but you misinterpreted something again. What do you mean? Again?
Smooth move, Apollo. I think you just hurt her feelings. She may put on a brave face, but she feels more than she lets on.
Let me rephrase that, Your Benevolence. Your interpretation of your father's phone call to his subordinate at the palace is inconsistent with his final memory. What do you mean by that? A lion's roar could be heard over the phone. Don't you find that strange? You claimed the call was with someone at the palace. But let me ask you, do you keep lions there? No, the only animals at the palace are little birdies and my pet frog. Wait, that giant one in front of the minister's house is her pet? Besides, there aren't any lions in Karain. We don't even have any zoos. A rather sad state of affairs, I'm afraid. Well, I remember hearing a sound like that. The lion's roar coming from the phone is actually from something hanging out in the bazaar. Isn't that the cry of the warbot over in the bazaar? Your Benevolence, do you think you can clarify the voice for me? Very well. I will now attempt to further refine my vision. What's this? Just as I suspected, it was the call of a warbod. That means the subordinate Minister Inga was talking to was in the bazaar, not the palace. But why is it important where the call came from? What significance could it have? She's right. Is it important to know where the call was made from? Very. It's actually very important. Knowing that the person on the other end was at the bazaar means that the loud explosion might not have been the sound of a gunshot. But I can think of no other item that makes such a noise in the area.
Go ahead, Apollo. Tell her. Tell Wright the real source of that sound.
Will do. Well, Hornhead, I'm waiting. What was the true source of that explosive sound?
Take that!
What is that? It's Albie Urguide's statement. In it, he claims that Dots Audible threw a firecracker at him while he was at the bazaar. Then... yes, the sound heard over the phone was a firecracker exploding.
Objection!
And yet, a bullet was found at the scene of the crime. A bullet fired from Minister Inga's gun. How do you explain that?
Well, we don't know whether it was fired during the course of the crime, right? Or do you have evidence that proves when the pistol was discharged?
No, I have none. Wait a second. If that loud bang was a firecracker, then could that laugh at the end have been... No, it can't be.
Oh, it can, and it is. The laugh came from none other than... Joker, who got a kick out of startling Albie with his dragon snot snaps. That happy-go-lucky Dots Audible. What?
Someone should really put a leash on that guy. I shudder to think how one man can be the cause of so much trouble.
Hey there, AJ, PW. Y'all can thank me later.
No one asked for your commentary, Mr. Audible. Your benevolence, do you need to revise your insight?
It would appear so.
Subordinate at the bazaar. True source of that loud bang was a firecracker that Dots threw. Oh, that final laugh belonged to none other than Dots himself. Oh, this changes everything. Let's go over the details of Rafa's insight again.
Okay. I think I've got this down now. Time to find another inconsistency.
Okay, waiting in the tomb. Oh wait, the timing. Because this would have happened at around 2. How do I... I guess if I get to the explosion or whatever, and then I can just point out evidence after we get to the purpose. Or, right? It didn't have specifics enough. I don't have a way to present evidence from here, do I? It's not popping up a thing about it, at least. I don't have a button for that. How do I suppose we can just try to contradict the laughter now that we know the source, despite it not having any specific things about it.
Objection!
No? Did the murder really happen at... Oh, no, did the murder really happen at 3 p.m.? I mean, if the laugh is coming from the phone, then is it something Minister Ingo would have really heard at 3 p.m.? The call came from the bazaar. A place where such sounds as laughter can be heard at any time. Even if that was Dots, he could very well have been laughing like a fool at 3 p.m. Yeah, you have a point there. Hornhead, I'd advise you to think again, carefully.
I think you're getting warmer, but you're still a little off. Isn't there another sensation that can more definitively pinpoint the time of the call? No, something that could only occur at a certain time.
Right. Time to read the evidence again. Maybe it'll help me spot an inconsistency.
Suppose you're more interested in the explosion noise. Unless you care about the dog. I'm gonna go with the explosion.
Objection!
There we go.
Your benevolence, there's a glaring problem with this insight. There is. You stated that the murder happened at around 3 p.m., which is right around the time my client arrived on the scene. However, now that we know what the source of that loud bang is, your insight conflicts with a certain piece of evidence.
I suppose I have to ask the obvious question. I think there's another word here. Whatever. What evidence conflicts with the claim the murder occurred at 3 p.m. This statement also still.
Take
Look
that!
it again. On the Urgine's statement again.
Yes, because to summarize what he said, at around 2 p.m., Shadow was surprised by a firecracker and ran into the palace courtyard.
Around 2 p.m.
That's right, 2 p.m. Not 3 p.m.
Are you suggesting?
She looks like that one from GX, I think. I haven't watched it, but I've seen screenshots. Bell, was it? Maybe? I think you know where I'm going with this. Dots' laugh, the cry of the warbod, and the bang of the firecracker were all heard right before Minister Inga's death. Thanks to Alby's statement, we can put a definitive timestamp on all of these sounds. Therefore, what this vision shows is that it's extremely likely that the deceased's final moments were at 2 rather than 3, as we had originally thought. Dare I ask? It means the murder took place a full hour before Dirk entered the tomb.
We're kind of running into a problem where it seems to have also taken place half an hour before, he entered the tomb. The victim.
Pulkunga! How can this be?
Are you saying that I, the very personification of the law, have been mistaken?
Oops. Now you see why justice will always prevail.
Peace, peace, I say. Now then, defense. I must remind you that the figure of the accused was clearly shown in the vision. How do you explain that?
I wouldn't say it was clearly shown. After all, the figure didn't actually have a face.
Oh, you are absolutely right. Without a face, we can't be certain of who it was.
Furthermore, need I remind you that if the vision is from 2 p.m., Dirk was still with me and Mr. Wright. Which means this faceless figure couldn't possibly be him.
So then, what are we to make of this 1 hour difference?
Wait, 2 o'clock, that's when... My mother was performing the rite of channeling.
The palace guards have all been reassigned to guard the channeling chamber for the rite. Don't tell me.
The royal residence. It would have been virtually unguarded. Which means the real killer could have easily slipped unseen into Amada's tomb.
Fence, are you saying that this is someone disguised as the accused?
That's exactly what I believe, Your Majesty.
Objection!
Preposterous. Disguises cannot deceive the memories of the dead. But the face did not appear this time as mere happenstance. Had it appeared, such subterfuge would have been clear as day.
He's got a point there. Anyone who knows about the divination seance would have tried to hide their face. Nevertheless, our killer openly appeared before Inga. The question is why.
Apollo. Maybe the killer could afford to be so bold because they knew their face wouldn't show up in the seance vision.
What?
It's possible that the killer dared to dress in Dirk's clothes and stand square in front of Inga,
Precisely because they knew they could get away with it. But how could anyone be so sure of something like that?
A long time ago, I heard of a cognitive disorder that impairs a person's ability to distinguish between different faces. What if Inga had it?
And are you saying that this is literally how Inga saw the world?
Yes, we can't normally see through the eyes of others, but in this case we can. And if he had that disorder, I imagine this is how faces appeared to him in life.
Okay, let's say that the killer knew that Inga had such a disorder. They could definitely use it to pin the crime on Dirk. But
if you're wondering about how to prove that, how to prove that Inga had it, you already have what you need.
really?
Well, defense, do you have anything to show to this court?
Yes, I believe so. Frankly, I have no idea what Mr. Wright means, but I'll look over the evidence again. Look the evidence over, same thing.
What explains why the face of Minister Inga's killer is absent in his seance vision? Figured this out a bit ago. Here you are. It's like prosopagnosia, isn't it? I remember that from like 999. A notepad.
Yes, it was found in Minister Inga's room. And it holds the answer we're looking for. As you can see, it's filled with detailed notes on various individuals. What kind of clothes they wear, hairstyles, and other discerning physical characteristics.
And this is connected to the faceless nature of the killer. How?
The vision we saw was exactly what Minister Inga saw with his own eyes. It is he who saw his killer as a person without a face. In fact, this is how he normally saw everyone around him.
What's this?
I believe Minister Inga had a disorder that prevented him from recognizing faces. It would explain the faceless being. And why he needed a notepad full of people's physical characteristics. Now that I think about it, my father was always terrible at remembering people. By simply changing my hairstyle, he would fail to recognize even me. Remnants. You knew that your husband had such a disorder, didn't you?
He never wished for it to become public knowledge. And I suppose there's no use in keeping quiet about it now. It is as you say. My late husband had a special disorder that hindered his ability to recognize faces. The medical term for it is prosopagnosia.
So Mr. Wright was right. And the memories of those afflicted with such disorders in life do appear strange at times. There is precedent for this.
So the killer likely knew about the disorder and used it to their advantage.
Hold on one sec, Holly Buzz. Left the food, I'm gonna pick it up, put it out of the way in case J-Paw comes in here. He has a special food that is better for his stomach. He cannot have the other food, or he will be ill.
Right, so there's someone who is both knowledgeable about the divination seance and aware of Inga's affliction. Your Eminence, who knew about your husband's condition?
A small number of servants who tended to his needs. And me. Surely you are not about to insinuate that I committed this crime. I super am. Perhaps not at this moment, but it was kind of obvious for like a while.
Oh, no, Your Eminence. Still, Could she have done it?
Then again, if 2 p.m. is when the other thing was happening, so she has an alibi, provided there's nothing off there. Baudon has an alibi, remember?
Oh, right. She was conducting the rite of channeling at 2 p.m. In that case, Your Eminence, does Nana know about Minister Inga's disorder?
Of course she does. She is our head servant.
So, as head servant, she knew about Minister Inga's condition. And as the princess's personal attendant, she's familiar with the divination seance. If these two facts together don't make her a possible suspect, I don't know what would.
Objection!
You witless lawyer. How quick you are to forget the facts.
Facts like?
When Inga was last seen alive. Yeah, we kind of brushed over that. You claim you've slain it too, yet that is impossible. Rafa saw him at 2:30. We did completely forget about that.
No, there must be some mistake.
So you see, the murder could only have happened at 3 p.m. Yeah, where Dirk entered the tomb. There's no other answer to this puzzle. I've had a thought. Not about the game, unfortunately. I've had a thought of maybe I should... My mom needed to pick up some stuff for dinner tonight, sour cream. We got some chili stuff. Chili's good. But if I could get her to pick up some walnuts, that would be nice in the brownies I want to make. Maybe I should text her now, because otherwise I'm going to be here until who knows when. I don't know how long this trial will go on for. Let's send a text real quick. Where's my... That's all the way over here. I can text and also read.
We ever get to make up answers like Gadon makes up laws.
Guess that's back to square one.
Where did we go wrong?
Okay, I cannot text and also read. Impossible. Pick Okay, let me have to phrase this in a way that does not require further statements or waiting for replies, but also is not rude.
cover that.
I believe that should cover that without much need for more statements on my end. Okay, how is it? Here we go. I don't think we're the problem. We just seem to be short one piece of the puzzle. Our deductions so far explain everything to a T. Everything except for Inga's sighting at 2:30.
I see. And without that final puzzle piece, all of our deductions fall apart.
Apollo, if Inga's sighting is the only anomaly, we'll just have to find a way to make it fit into the bigger picture.
Time to think outside the box then, right? Let's see. It would be impossible to see Inga walking around after he'd been killed. But what if there was a way to make people think he was alive, even though he was dead?
Like a way to make people witness the living dead.
Sounds like some kind of a TV show. Things like that don't happen in real life.
Apollo, did you just...
I did. I figured it out. I know how to make people witness the living dead. Your Magistrate, her deductions weren't wrong after all. Despite Minister Inga being murdered at 2 p.m., he was seen heading into the tomb at 2:30, and I'll tell you how.
I certainly hope you will. Because I have no idea what you're talking about.
Minister Inga, her benevolence saw, was in fact... It was the deceased being channeled. It's the only way a man who was already dead could have been seen by her benevolence.
Channeled, you say?
That's right. And there are only 2 people capable of spirit channeling here in Kodain. Her Eminence, Queen Gadon, and Maya Fey. It's possible that one of them was channeling the minister.
It would seem that you are ever bent on making me party to this crime. Prosecutor, what was I doing at 2:30 p.m., the time at which my husband was seen? Eminence, I believe you had completed the channeling rite and were having tea with the king of the neighboring realm. There would have been many attendants there too.
Nagita has to keep up with her schedule too. What doesn't she make him do?
And that leaves only Maya.
Yeah, it does. Maybe someone was forcing her to use her power towards nefarious ends. The real killer could have been threatening her. That cannot be.
So then, Inga's scream was probably from when he woke up from being called back to this world. After all, that's when the flow of time would have picked back up for him after he died.
So, Minister Inga probably leapt to his feet, thinking he just had a nightmare. Then, realizing it was almost time for the hostage exchange, he raced off to Amada's tomb, not even realizing he was already dead.
Then, her benevolence really did see a dead man running. Using the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit a crime. How can this be?
The defense calls Miss Maya Fey to the stand.
Is she, like, doing alright? Well, Your Eminence, will you allow a new witness? It matters not. Either way, this lawyer shall soon know the truth. We do know one other person who ought to be capable of spirit channeling. The previous queen, who we've established is alive.
he will know just how much of an imbecile he is in the face of my infallible arguments.
Insult me all you want, witch. You'll be eating those words when I expose the truth.
Very well, let us adjourn until the next witness is ready. No? On one hand, I'd like to continue, but on the other hand, I don't know how long it'll take. I'd like to carry on personally. May 19th, High Court of Crime. Accused lobby. Talk about some really close shaves.
Well, you can't get a closer shave than Headsman's brand blades, that's for sure.
The trial's not even over yet, and I'm already exhausted. What? Not paper. Okay. But that's where we picked up, it sounds like. Great. Still, you were able to fight back the queen herself in there.
Well, maybe with Miss Faye's help, I won't have to keep on playing her games much longer. Speaking of which, I guess it's a little late to be asking, but do you think she's well enough to testify, Mr. Wright?
She slept all day yesterday out of exhaustion, apparently. But that's all it was, so she should be okay.
Barbed head. Horn head. Oh, hello, Your Benevolence.
Princess Raifa, you were really impressive in there.
I am the royal priestess Raifa Padma Kurain. And I am prepared to face my father's death.
Despite your mother's opposition, you stood your ground. And in doing so, you fulfilled your duty as the royal priestess.
It was all thanks to you and your friends. Your belief in me gave me the courage to follow my path. So, you have my gratitude. Don't mention it. I know, I shall thank you with a gift. What would you like? A cow? A horse? Or perhaps I shall reward your efforts with a royal shoulder massage. That's okay. Your benevolence, your gratitude is more than enough. Thanks. But I thought you Americans liked massages. My technique was highly praised by my father, I'll have you know. Oh.
You, lawyers! Where's the accused?
Dirk. That's a good question.
Oh boy.
I blew it big time, AJ. That's...
Shut up, you!
What's going on?
This scoundrel trying to escape with the accused.
What?
We were able to nab him, but the accused is nowhere to be found. Where are you hiding him, you miscreant?
I keep telling you, I got no idea where he went. We booked it together, but I lost track of him after that. So Dirk's on the lam now. Probably, but who knows? He vanished in the blink of an eye. Vanished? You wanna know something, AJ? Dirk said to me, I can't put Amara in danger.
I have to set her free before it's too late.
What? Don't tell me he's going to rescue her.
That's what I am telling ya. It's why I helped him escape in the first place.
Cats, do you realize what you've done? Well, what's done is done. Still, why'd he choose to go rescue her now?
Something's not right here. Something's not right here. Vanished. This is going to be an absolutely insane theory, but is he dead? Like already? And being channeled? That doesn't really work with my other current working theory for what might be happening with the crime, actually, but something isn't right. Maybe he didn't want to die with any regrets or something. You know, just in case he ended up on the chopping block.
Why, Dirk? I thought you believed in me.
Don't be like that, AJ. He'll be back as soon as he frees Amada. He'll see.
That's not the point, Dots.
Listen, lawyer. You let us know immediately if the accused contacts you. Trial will now resume. See that you are ready.
Wait, the trial's still on? Even without the defendant?
Those were Her Eminence's orders, so you will return to the courtroom at once. Let's go, Apollo. All we can do is see where the next testimony leads. May 19th, High Court of Kadain. Now then, let us resume the trial at hand.
Your Majesty, my client seems to have gone missing.
What do you think, Your Eminence? Should we proceed without the accused? Why not? My royal guard is searching for him as we speak. They shall find him soon enough, for they would not dare to keep me waiting. Yes, but what about the law governing court proceedings? And I shall simply revise it. As ruling sovereign of Kadain, I proclaim the following. Should the accused be an enemy of the crown, they may be tried in absentia. Well, in that case, I guess there's no problem with proceeding. Will the witness, Miss Maya Fey, please approach its stand? Sorry to summon you like this, Maya.
Getting dragged out of bed and into court. It's not exactly a fun wake-up call, Nick. I'm sorry, Miss Fey. It was my idea. And you are... Oh, right. I'm Apollo Justice. It's nice to finally meet you. Oh, so you're Apollo. Nick's told me all about you. You're the new guy with a loud voice and a bit of an unreliable streak, right? Unreliable?
Well, that was 2 years ago. You've come a long way since.
So, why was I called here anyway? Am I under arrest again?
Huh?
I guess no one's filled her in.
Oh, she has been asleep this entire time.
Miss Fey, this is a trial for Dirk Sadbahi, and you're here as a witness. What? Dirk's been arrested. But that's not exactly the reaction I was expecting.
Miss Faye, you are suspected of playing a part in the murder of Justice Minister Inga.
What?
Someone allegedly forced you to channel the minister to obfuscate the time of his murder. At least, that is what the defense claims.
What? How could you, Apollo? How did you even reach that conclusion? Sorry, but it's the only way this whole case makes any sense.
Your understandable anger at the defense aside, will you testify, Miss Faye?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Witness testimony. Channeling the minister.
I don't have any idea what's going on, but I know I didn't channel Minister Inga. I didn't even have the chance to do something like that. Besides, I'd never go quietly along with some criminal's plan. Though I guess there are some things I'd go quietly along with.
It seems the witness doesn't believe she's ever channeled Justice Minister Inga. And if her words prove to be true, defense, your entire argument becomes moot. You do understand that, don't you?
Yes, of course. It doesn't seem like Miss Faye is lying.
Hello? Maya was being awfully secretive about something just now.
And I guess I'd better dig a bit and try and get her to open up to me first. I don't have any idea what's going on, but...
Hold it!
You've been asleep ever since you were rescued from the tomb, correct? I was exhausted after being held captive for so long. That must have been terrible.
Maya, Minister Inga didn't do anything to you, did he?
Oh, no, it wasn't like that. On the contrary, I asked him for all sorts of things.
Like what?
Like, I'm really craving burgers, and I'll die if I miss an episode of The Plume Punisher. Acting like a brat netted me a TV and even a few burgers from someplace. He was surprisingly nice to me.
Huh? Are you sure we're talking about the same guy here? He may have loomed large, but he was unexpectedly easy to push around.
Even though he's the one who was responsible for pushing those execution papers, though.
Oh, that. Proving executions was simply his preferred method of stress relief.
With a wife like her, he was probably really pushing them through out of fear.
I'm beginning to see why he wanted to stage a coup.
In any case, my time in captivity wasn't so bad, but of all the things that happened... I know I didn't channel Minister Inga.
Hold it!
Are you sure about that? Maybe you just don't remember channeling him. Don't remember? I may be 28, but I'm not senile, you know. Something's not right here. Miss Faye, you were confined to Amada's tomb the whole time, is that correct? Yes, but I wasn't conscious the whole time. Okay, then let me ask you something. Did you ever see Nana in the tomb, dressed as Dirk? Huh? Is this some kind of a joke? I think I'd remember if I saw something as crazy as that.
Plus, I doubt anyone would carry out a crime like that in front of a potential witness.
I hate when he's right. I didn't even have the chance to do something like that.
Hold it!
You didn't have a chance to channel him. Does channeling someone take a long time? Not really. Once you get the hang of it, it's pretty much instantaneous. But I was all tied up, literally. So there was no way for me to make the channeling mudra with my hands to do it. Right. I guess she really didn't channel Inga then.
Maya, when mediums are done with the session, they can send the spirit back to the other world themselves, right?
Sure, unless they're still in training. Amateurs can get possessed by spirits sometimes. But full-fledged mediums can stay in total control of a session. And they can send the deceased spirit away anytime they want. So I take it you can do that too, Miss Faye. Of course! It's a cinch for the new and improved Mystic Maya Faye Ace Spirit Medium.
That's strange. You seem like the same old childish Maya to me.
I'll show you, childish Nick. Besides, I'd never go quietly along with some criminal's plan.
Hold it!
So you wouldn't channel spirits for unseemly purposes? Of course not! Spirit channeling is my bread and butter. And I take a lot of pride in my work. It's like you use your legal skills to commit a crime, Apollo. Well, until finger-pointing and objecting become deadly, I don't see how they can be used. Well, you're a regular Mr. Smarty Pants, just like Nick. Yeah, always at the ready with some sarcastic comeback.
I think I'll save my many objections for after the trial.
Yes, please. Anyway, I'd never go along with something like murder. Although, I guess there are some things I'd go quietly along with.
Hold it!
And it sounds to me like you're trying to hide something, Miss Faye. Didn't anyone teach you about respecting boundaries, Apollo? It's really rude to pry into a person's private affairs. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize, Wait, we're in a court of law. Yeah, I know. And what was all that about me being rude? I'm just doing my job. So please, just tell me, what exactly are you hiding? Sorry, but I promised Dirk I wouldn't say. You made a promise to Dirk. Mm-hmm. A pretty big one.
I think this is about all you're going to get out of her.
Yeah.
Enough. The witness is denying that she channeled any spirits. Further questioning is pointless. It appears your little fiction has been soundly exposed for what it is.
You should listen to her, Apollo. I don't even know why you suspected me in the first place. I mean, you don't have any evidence of me channeling Minister Inga, do you? Oh, evidence, huh? There's no point in even thinking about it, really. I don't use anything special to channel spirits, so there wouldn't be anything left behind.
It's true. Just like when she channeled the High Priest, all Maya needs is her own body. If the defense has no evidence to offer, I will have to end this cross-examination.
Now, even if she doesn't use any special items to do the channeling itself, you'd think there'd be something to complete the deception.
Is there any proof that Justice Minister Inga was channeled? I don't think I have anything.
Nope, I don't see how there could be, Your Majesty. I see you still got a long way to go, Apollo. Excuse me? If it were Nick, he would have tried to bluff his way through that one. But I'm not Mr. Wright. I'd like to retract my previous statement. And as to whether there is any proof that Minister Inga was channeled, you bet there is. Really?
Well now. You're bluffing, I take it.
I'll be fine. If we're right, there must be some sort of proof to back us up. Time to do some serious thinking. Apollo Justice. Okay, we know that when Rafa saw her father, he wasn't dressed like Miss Faye, right?
Right, because if he was, Rafa would have immediately known he was being channeled.
So that means he was dressed in his usual suit when Rafa saw him.
Oh, good thinking, Apollo. This might be the perfect angle to attack from. Alright, let's have an answer from the defense. What proof do you have that Miss Maya Faye channeled Justice Minister Inga? I see, you're saying they burnt the clothes.
Take that!
Is that a gemstone?
We found this among the ashes of one of the tomb's incense burners. Does this gemstone ring any bells, Your Eminence?
What? What was that doing in the tomb?
Ah, so you do recognize it. But then, as his wife, how could you not recognize this gemstone's button from your husband's jacket? I don't get where you're going with this. Channeling Minister Inga alone wouldn't be enough to fool someone like Princess Rafa. Especially if he were wearing your clothes. So you would have had to change into the minister's clothes before channeling him. Miss Faye, you used the minister's clothes as cover while going to his room from the tomb, where you burned them once you no longer needed them. From his room to... What?
Uh-oh, she seems genuinely surprised by that, Apollo.
Objection!
I think we're just looking at the wrong person who could have done these things. Miss Faye,
Yes.
do you know my husband's name?
It was, Inga Karkulkadain, right?
That is correct, in part. There's more. Much more. Inga this and something Kadain the third. A lot of things he said there. That is his true name.
Could it be any longer?
Due to its length, only a portion of it was ever made public. So, Miss Faye, did you know his true name?
No, I mean, how could I?
Precisely. Yet a medium must know both the face and true name of the one she seeks to channel.
So then Miss Faye couldn't have channeled Minister Inga. That's what I've been saying this whole time. Why would I want to randomly channel some old guy I didn't know and didn't like thanks to that last trial? I can't believe this.
Apollo, I really don't think Maya's lying. However, your line of reasoning still seems credible to me.
I agree, but there's something tripping us up about in the details. Maybe we're working off some wrong assumption again. Apollo? I was thinking. Yes? Since I didn't channel Minister Inga, Is it possible that someone else did? Someone else? But who else could it have been? I haven't thought that far yet.
Such chatter is without merit. Let us move on, shall we?
I don't care what Garan says. I'm going to figure this out. If it wasn't Miss Faye, and the Queen has an alibi, then...
Apollo, forget about who is capable of channeling spirits for a second.
I should consider the circumstances around the channeling, right?
Right. We know Rafa saw her father come running out of his private quarters. If he was being channeled at the time, who could it have been?
It had to have been someone who was in Inga's private quarters.
Well, I'm waiting, Defense. And you know how much I despise waiting.
Yes, but there is someone else besides Miss Faye who could have channeled Minister Inga. There's just one more person, and they were in Inga's private quarters. That person is our only hope now.
So the defense believes there was another. Let's have your very serious answer then.
With pleasure.
Horned devil. Who could have channeled Minister Inga?
Take that!
Nina.
Your Eminence said it yourself.
That's right. Nina never did go into the tomb that day. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters.
How do you know?
It's quite simple. Shoe prints were discovered in Inga's private quarters. Shoe prints that belonged to Nina.
And then there's her benevolence's statement. She said that Nana disappeared right after she entered Minister Inga's private quarters. The room from which Minister Inga himself came running out not long afterwards.
You are not seriously suggesting.
It's the only thing that makes sense. Nana channeled Minister Inga and left his private quarters thereafter. That's why no one has seen her since. And why only the minister's shoe prints were found outside his residence. Where did she go? No way!
It's got to be it. Nina must have somehow channeled the minister.
All of the circumstantial evidence has fallen into place. You can't ignore it anymore. You can't claim Nana isn't connected to this case somehow. In light of this, the defense calls Nana to the stand. Well, Your Eminence.
Very well, then. Let us call Nana to testify.
Yes, now we can finally crack this case wide open.
Let us adjourn while the witness is summoned. There's no need. Nana is in the waiting lobby.
What? Nana's here? I thought she'd gone missing.
It seems she was feeling unwell and simply wished to rest undisturbed. But her concern for Rafa brought her here today.
She took time off without Rafa's knowledge or consent.
I'm betting there's more to her disappearing act than meets the eye, Apollo. Miss Nana, do you understand why you have been summoned here today? That's some hair.
Yes, of course.
Oh, I don't think she's spoken before, now that I'm thinking about it. Maybe.
Yes, of course. Her Eminence has informed me that this man has here suspects that I have committed a... Her Eminence has informed me that this man here suspects that I have committed a crime. So, Mrs. Nina, that's quite the hairdo. Oh, I will say... I suppose I'm not as old as I had thought. And this horn-headed nincompoop would take me for a criminal. Nincompoop?
Isn't that Rayfa's favorite insult? I guess Nana rubbed off on her, what with all the time they spend together.
You there, young hornhead. Yes? You're accusing me of slaying Minister Inga and channeling a spirit, yes? What an active imagination you have. Young folk are so wonderfully open-minded. Thanks. Just take the compliment, Justice.
Now then, will the witness please proceed with her testimony? This court wishes to know if you did or did not channel Minister Inga in his private quarters. I'm no spirit medium, Sonny.
I was feeling under the weather yesterday. Decided to rest these weary bones. Besides which, a lowly servant such as I could not possibly be an honorable spirit medium. Only members of the royal family can learn the art of spirit channeling here in Kadain. After Queen Amada's passing, Her Eminence Queen Gadon is the only spirit medium left. If you believe a medium to be the culprit, it would have to be that young lass, my fae.
And there you have it. Seems we have summoned her for nothing. Only those of the royal bloodline have the power of spirit channeling. That a servant such as Nana could channel spirits is a most unamusing jest.
On the surface, anyway. But our line of reasoning has led us to this end, that Nana channeled Inga's spirit.
Right, the defense may now question the witness.
I was feeling under the weather yesterday and decided to rest these weary bones.
Hold it!
All these dogs stole your hat while you were in the courtyard yesterday afternoon. Was it after that that you decided to take a rest? I had been feeling unwell all day and pushed myself too hard. I kept feeling weak and dizzy, and that dirty mongrel only served to worsen my condition. Well, I sympathize with you, Nana. You took the whole day off without informing Princess Rayfa. She was very worried about you, you know. How very kind of her benevolence. But she need not concern herself with the welfare of a mere servant such as I.
Except to Rayfa, Nana's not just a mere servant.
To even think a mere commoner could channel spirits or slay a minister. What hogwash. Besides which, a lowly servant such as I cannot possibly be an honorable spirit medium.
Hold it!
I hear you are the head servant, isn't that right? Are you suggesting that my position affords me the ability to channel spirits? And since you're the head servant to a family of channelers, I'd say it's plausible. If you wanted to, it's not impossible for you to learn through exposure. I think not. But that goes against the very underpinnings of the Kingdom of Kadain.
To become a spirit medium requires a noble spirit and rigorous training. But most importantly, one must be a direct descendant of the founder. It is not simply some hobby one can take up in the manner of knitting or gardening.
So commoners could never become a medium no matter how hard they tried. That is common knowledge, all who were born and raised here, young hornhead. Only members of the royal family can learn the art of spirit channeling here in Kadain.
Hold it!
Okay then, what if you actually have royal blood in your veins, Nina? Like a distant relative or something. I am from a line of humble fishermen, all the way back to my grandfather's grandfather. I've never heard talk of royal blood or noble ancestry.
Apollo, if spirit channeling is a secret art passed down from mother to daughter, and even with a royal ancestor, it'd be impossible for her to learn without the right training. It is as the barbed one says. It also must be mentioned that this secret art is only taught here in the kingdom of Kadain and your country's Kadain village.
Why aren't things falling into place like I expected?
I would ask the witness to continue her testimony.
After Queen Amada's passing, Her Eminence, Queen Gadon, is the only spirit medium left.
Hold it!
Queen Amada was the victim of an assassination, right? Yes, so she was a beautiful, gentle soul. But she fell in love with a man of dubious origins and was murdered in a terrible blaze. Fate can be so cruel. Except she's actually still alive.
Or Nana's yet another follower unwittingly praying over an empty sarcophagus.
Amada, the queen who's been locked away and her existence in this world erased. The fact that she's still alive shackles Nahita to Gadon's will. Nahita, the only reason you're still standing there by that woman's side is because you're afraid of what would happen to Amada otherwise, right?
We need not recount such ancient history. Let us continue with the witness's testimony.
If you believe a medium to be the culprit, it would have to be that young lass, Maya Fey. Oops, I messed up. I didn't do it right. Whatever, I'll go back to it.
Nana is right about one thing, though. Only those of the royal bloodline can be spirit mediums in Kadain. Common folk like us are out of luck.
Yeah, I guess so. Still, I think I'll finally be close to connecting all the dots once I point one very big thing out.
I still wanted to press that last statement.
Hold it!
Miss Fey was being held hostage. She was completely tied up and didn't even know Minister Inga's true name, making it impossible for her to kill or channel him. I know nothing of that.
Objection!
Listen, you horned devil. Were you not just insisting that it was Maya Fey who had channeled Minister Inga? My, how quickly you change your tune.
No, I'm just quick on my feet when new information presents itself. I'm also quick to force my biggest smile when times like these demand it. Shoo.
It's great that you're following my advice, Apollo. But try not to look so forced while you do, would you? Nana's right about... blah, blah, blah. Right. Still... Okay. Now we just need to... This one should do it.
Okay, so I presented what makes sense in terms of a direct contradiction. Except I don't know how to make it make sense in the larger context of this case.
Well, is the defense going to follow up its loud objection with a sound explanation?
Oh, sorry. How do I put this? I believe there's a problem with Naina's testimony.
Go on.
She asserted that she could not possibly be a spirit medium because, in Kodain, only members of the royal family can learn how to channel spirits.
I fail to see the problem in that statement, defense.
Hold on, I'm getting to it, Your Majesty. Naina stated an absolute falsehood. Since we know that Amara is still alive. At the same time, circumstantial evidence points to Naina channeling Inga. After all, just after she entered his private quarters, Inga came running out screaming, despite having been killed at 2 p.m. That would mean that Naina channeled Inga. Even though supposedly only those of the royal family are capable of doing so. Wait. Is it too late to ask for a refund on my trip down the rabbit hole?
Did I say that I thought of that already? That she was Amara?
Mr. Wright.
I'm not sure I actually said that out loud now that I'm thinking about it. I've just been thinking about it. Which also ties nicely into the current theory that Amara is Raifa's mother. And that just a whole other thing was going on there.
You may think I've lost my mind with this bluff, but if I can at least establish the possibility, I think it'll give us the break we need.
Wait a sec. You're going to propose what I think you are?
Yes, it's a huge risk, but I think there's a chance I can prove it. Will the court please take a look at this photo? This photo's very existence, to say nothing of the person in it, contradicts the witness's claim. Queen Godon is the only remaining spirit medium in Kodain.
Horned devil, you mustn't.
Oh, but I must. Under these circumstances, the outcome of this trial depends on it. But you already knew that, didn't you, Your Eminence?
Will the defense please explain who was shown in this photograph?
The person in this photo is the previous queen, Amara Sigatar Kodain. Contrary to popular belief, she was never assassinated. In fact, she's very much alive.
What? But that's nonsense.
Take a good look at the law book in this photo, Your Majesty. The mark of the dragon branded on it could only have been placed there after Queen Amara's supposed assassination.
And Amara's still alive. Is the lawyer gone mad? Well, I personally find it hard to believe. I will allow the defense to continue. You may proceed, defense.
Queen Amara's death was staged to keep her safe from her would-be killer. Yet, according to Dirk, she is actually being held captive somewhere. But the real truth is that Queen Amara is not being held in confinement. Rather, she walks freely among us. Here, in this very courtroom today. But how?
Do not be deceived, your majesty. Red Pepper is skilled in weaving plausible lies. It is the cunning, lawyerly art known as bluffing. But knowing this, there's no need to fear his forked tongue.
Objection!
That's where you're wrong, prosecutor. Because you'll be quaking in your boots soon enough.
Is that so?
It's my turn, Nahita, to wake you up to the truth right before your eyes. Queen Amara is still very much alive and has been disguising herself as...
Take that!
But that's... This is the simplest and cleanest explanation for everything we've covered so far. Person who killed Minister Inga. Someone with intimate knowledge of the divination seance. Medium who channeled the minister in order to mask the real time of his death. Condense these traits into one person, and you get a spirit medium of royal blood. And that person is none other than you, Nina. Your true identity is the former Queen Amara and the killer we've been looking for all along. What?
Objection!
Have you finally lost your mind, Mr. Justice? What you say is beyond blasphemous, even the depths of hell.
Oh my, such frightening allegations.
Indeed, and absolutely ludicrous to boot. Her Eminence Queen Amara yet lives. And it's actually Miss Nana here. You have truly gone off the deep end.
You don't have to take my word for it. In fact, a certain someone can help me prove it. Your Eminence. If Queen Amara truly is dead, you should be able to channel her spirit right here, right now. Isn't that correct?
I can deny it no longer. The lawyer speaks the truth. Nana, the woman who stands here before us, is Amara, the former queen believed to have perished 23 years ago. Kunga!
Finally. We finally got Inga's real killer on the stand. Nana, no. Amara Sigata Kurain. Please drop the act and tell us what really happened. Oh, dearie me. I guess I shouldn't have underestimated the power of youth. Well done, young hornhead.
It's a very fancy beaded thing.
Whoa! I was getting tired of masquerading as an old woman anyway. It has been far too long since I last greeted you, good people of Karayan. I, Amara Sigata Karayan, your former queen. Queen Amara? What? I thought Karan's makeover was extreme.
Can it really be true? You're alive and well.
It is true. I feel as if I've been called back from the Twilight Realm. I fear I've caused all of you a great deal of distress.
Amara, sorry I was unable to keep your secret any longer. I hope you can forgive me.
It is quite alright, Garan. I'm safe now.
The dark blackguard who threatened my life will be recaptured soon enough. I need not conceal my identity any longer. Queen Amara, what does this all mean? Were you not killed in that fire 23 years ago? I barely escaped that blaze with my life. But though I survived, I knew that scoundrel would make further attempts on my life. You haven't opened your eyes at all. Therefore, I staged my death and abdicated the throne to my dear younger sister, Garan. But the building of that great tomb, and disguising yourself as a lowly servant, why would you do such a thing?
Garan, I would have you explain.
I wish for her to be close at hand. It was the only way I felt I could protect her. It was the best way to hide her from the eyes of the public. After all, who could conceive of Amara lowering her station to that of a servant? She's got that right. Even Dirk thought Amara was being held captive in some far-off place.
He never even guessed she was living as a servant, right in plain sight.
I must say, a life dedicated to the servitude of others is not the least bit disagreeable. It's a quiet, humble existence, far removed from the tedium of regal duties. All but those days of peace have ended. Open your eyes. It's bothering me that you're not doing that. And it's all because of you, Hornhead.
You should consider yourself lucky if that's all this ends with.
If there's something you wish to say, then say it.
It doesn't matter who you are. You won't escape the crime you committed. The defense moves to indict you as Justice Minister Inga's real killer.
What's this? You would accuse Queen Amara of homicide. A grand priestess of Kurainism. You can't do that. She's virtually a goddess in the eyes of her people.
If you commit the crime, you better be ready to do the time. Be you a priest, saint, queen, or god.
I've never met such an egalitarian person.
Queen Amara. In your years disguised as Nana, you would have learned about Minister Inga's disorder. So you knew you could dress in Dirk's clothes to forge a convincing seance vision. Isn't that right?
What a curious character you are.
You would label me a murderer. Me, the one who the people regarded as the reincarnation of the Holy Mother herself. You may be a grand figure in Kodainism, but as a foreigner, you're just another suspect to me. It would appear your words are not in jest. Am I to suffer the sullying of my good name with accusations of murder most foul?
Please, Queen Amara, forgive his impudence. The lawyer knows not what he speaks.
Fear not, good magistrate, for this is the sacred hall of justice. Though I am a grand priestess on the stand, I am but a witness like any other. I shall face his accusations with grace and benevolence.
Your compassion overfloweth your mercifulness.
Oh, young lawyer, in my benevolence I must warn you that your assertion suffers from a tragic flaw. There's a flaw. Nahita.
Yes, your mercifulness.
Who was present in the tomb when the murder was discovered?
Lurk Sadmahi, Maya Fey, and the victim, Minister Inga.
Yeah, she wasn't.
I see. That is a fatal flaw indeed. It appears Queen Amina couldn't possibly have gone to the tomb as Minister Inga.
What? Why not?
Do not keep the defense waiting, Nahita.
Explain how wrong he truly is.
Yes, your mercifulness. Her benevolence, Princess Raifa saw Minister Inga enter the tomb around 2:30 p.m. Yet you, the defense, claim the person she saw was a minister being channeled by Queen Amina. However, if her mercifulness had channeled him and moved to the tomb, then, once she was done channeling, Queen Amina would have re-emerged and been left stuck in the tomb.
Oh, yeah.
Had she tried to exit before you all arrived, Princess Raifa, who had been looking down upon the courtyard, would have seen her. However, her benevolence saw nothing of the sort. In conclusion, Queen Amina could not have left the tomb without being observed. And yet, was she there in the tomb when the murder was discovered, Defense?
No, she wasn't.
Now, do you see?
Your flimsy claim has been uprooted like a sapling in a flood.
Well, that was entertaining, Prosecutor Sadmahi. Assume the prosecution of this case and clear your mother's good name. You wish for me to take over? Yes, prosecute your father to save your mother. What a poignant... Poignant? I can't say I've ever heard that word aloud now that I think about it. Poignant fate you bear, but bear it you must. Are you ready? Yes, Your Eminence. And there you have it, Your Majesty. I shall watch the rest of the proceedings from the sidelines. I relinquish complete control of the sacred hall to your authority once more. Why, thank you, Your Eminence. Now then, Your Mercifulness, your testimony, if you please. The lawyer's theory is absurd.
No,
I shall destroy your utterly absurd and barbarous theory. I was not anywhere near the tomb following the murder. Were your theory correct, I would have been in the tomb once I had stopped channeling. My husband Dirk is the killer, but he has fled from the sacred hall. May the Holy Mother bring judgment upon the traitor Dirk Sadmahi for his crimes. Meow, meow, meow. Oh, such marvelous testimony. You are truly a treasure, your mercifulness. This, too, was but by the grace of her holiness. No doubt my unmasking here today was with her will as well. Was her will. Or with that. Oh my, the Holy Mother, you say? Yes, surely her holiness has guided me to this witness stand. What the... Most of them look fine, but that tiger's really not right. And the purity of truth. It's its eyes, mainly. Oh, how magnificent! Queen Amara, the Holy Mother's messenger, here on earth. Praise be for Queen Amara. Blessings, blessings upon her mercifulness.
Where did those animals even come from?
Well then, the defense may question the witness. But remember, she is a grand priestess, so disrespect will not be tolerated. That means no pointing out conflicts, inconsistencies, or other flaws in her testimony. What do you mean? Oh, I shall destroy your utterly absurd and barbarous theory.
Hold it!
My theory is utterly absurd and barbarous.
And high-handed, if I may say so. Nagito was right to call you putrid-minded. Surely even the monkeys of Mount Pony's holy waterfalls could devise a better theory.
Surely you can steal better insults than Nagito's best.
Now then, to all of you gathered in this sacred hall, need I remind you? I was not anywhere near the tomb following the murder.
Hold it!
Well, maybe you were hiding inside the sarcophagus. After all, it does technically belong to you. I bet you'd have no trouble opening it.
If I had been in there, I could not be here today. The tomb has been under constant surveillance since the murder. I mean, it doesn't even have to be a proper sarcophagus at that point. It could be a hidden tunnel. I would have never been able to leave.
I guess not. If I might ask, what's in that sarcophagus anyway? You're still alive, so...
There is despair, sadness, hatred, and malice. Only one brave enough to see the truth hidden deep within could discover the final hope, my continued corporeality.
You completely lost me.
In other words, it's empty. But no one dared to open it because they were too scared of the curse. Now, will you dispense with your theory? It is as empty as my sarcophagus. Were your theory correct, I would have been in the tomb once I had stopped channeling.
Hold it!
I'll admit you weren't in the tomb after the murder.
Very good. But that very truth refutes your theory. even if I channeled Minister Inga and entered the tomb. The moment I ceased channeling him, I would have re-emerged at the crime scene. Precisely, as you said, your self-defense. Queen Amida was not there after the murder.
I feel like his voice is too similar to Edgeworth, but there's not much to be done about it.
The only living souls in that tomb at the time were Dirk Sudmahi and Maya Fey.
Ah.
Be it in this life or the next, there is no escaping such simple truths. My husband Dirk is the killer, but he has fled from the sacred hall.
Hold it!
There must be a reason why he had to make his escape today.
A reason. Perhaps
What?
Perhaps to conceal himself and lie in wait for another chance to claim my life.
I don't know, it is. Couldn't see the light on it. I've got like on the microphone, I got a hat over it. I couldn't see the light. I was worried it might have gotten knocked loose, but it's fine.
What's in this?
Objection!
No, it's definitely not like that, your mercifulness. First of all, you don't really believe he's trying to kill you, do you? After all, you two ran off together after he rescued you all those years ago.
That was only because he had the audacity to claim it wasn't me. You must believe me. It was my duty as a wife to her husband to bend an ear to him, was it not? Communication after disagreement is the secret to a long and happy marriage.
Sure, I guess. What do you think, Mr. Wright?
Don't ask me. That is why I listened to Dirk. However, he didn't have a shred of evidence to support his claim. It grieves me to admit it, but my husband truly did try to murder me. That's quite enough. It's abundantly clear that Queen Amida's testimony is flawless. Do you understand now, lawyer?
This is bad. The judge isn't going to let me cross-examine her much longer.
Amida should have been in the tomb after the minister's murder, but she wasn't. I don't get it.
How did she just vanish from the scene of the crime like that? It shouldn't be possible for normal people to... for normal people. Maybe.
Maybe what?
Your Majesty. I think I can explain why Queen Amida wasn't there in the tomb after the murder.
Very well, defense. Do explain.
I believe it was accomplished through a method only she is capable of. By using the special method, it would have been possible for her to literally disappear.
Well, don't keep us waiting. Let's hear it. How did Queen Amida disappear from the tomb? Wow. I already covered that bit.
All she had to do was channel someone, and she could easily disappear from the scene of the crime. After all, she would literally be someone else.
I believe that actually makes sense.
What do you have to say to that, Queen Amara?
You believe that I, Grand Priestess, would use the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit murder?
Yeah. Mercy, your mercifulness. How dare you spew such vile blasphemy, Defense? We were already saying she was using spirit channeling for the murder. What's more spirit channeling for for the same murder? You will retract your last statement or face immediate execution.
No, good magistrate, it is quite all right. Graianism also teaches that we must respond at all times with reasoned principle. Therefore, I shall offer a measured response to his blasphemous accusation.
You have something to counter with.
Indeed. Now, are you listening? It would not have been possible to simply vanish by means of spirit channeling. After all, it would require a deceased person to channel. However, there was only one murder victim in the tomb. And that was Minister Inga, the only others there right after his murder. Dirk and Miss Faye. Had I channeled Inga, as you allege, well, the outcome would have been quite odd, to say the least. But there, beside the dead minister, a living, breathing one would have appeared. Even if I had been in the tomb, there was no one to channel except the deceased minister. So you see, I could not have vanished by means of spirit channeling.
That's true, but can't rule it out yet. Because, well, what if there was another victim? Someone we haven't identified yet.
How absurd.
If you channeled someone other than Minister Inga, you could have used their identity to disappear from the tomb.
Another victim.
Queen Hamada, please add your last statement to your testimony. This could explain everything. Wasn't there some sign of another victim there in the tomb? And yet, why do I sense I'm not going to like what I'm about to find out? He is dead.
Minister Inga was the sole victim. There was no other spirit to channel until he was dead.
Hold it!
What if there was another victim besides Minister Inga?
What on earth could you mean? The only body found in the tomb was the minister's.
Yeah, but,
no one's looked inside the sarcophagus. Amada's counter-arguments are too spot-on for us to rebut.
actually, there is one possibility.
What's the matter, Apollo? It's one heck of a face you're making.
Oh, no, it's nothing, really. And yet, that means...
Only another weighing judgment. That's not really helpful. We don't have to press that one. Okay, so I think what we want to
do is we want to present the blood. I think.
Objection!
I can't believe I'm presenting this. But it proves that there was another victim. Still, the only ones there at the scene of the crime were... No, it can't be.
Would the defense care to share something with us?
Queen Amara. You knew, didn't you?
Whatever are you talking about?
If you won't tell this court, then I will.
Well, don't keep us waiting.
This case includes a second victim. One of the two people found alive in the tomb after the minister's murder was actually already dead.
But a second victim, Apollo?
Queen Hamada, after you channeled Minister Inga and moved it to the tomb, you vanished from the scene of the crime by channeling the other victim. That explains why no one found you after the murder was discovered.
Oh, you putrid pepper. Of all the half-witted buffoonery to come tumbling from your lips. Suppose I indulge you and play along with your little delusion. Tell me, Mr. Justice, who was the other victim?
There's no way this can be true. But... no, I can't stop now. If this is the truth, it's the only way forward to solving this case. The other victim who Queen Amara channeled was...
Listen, son, even if you manage to prove me innocent tomorrow, I don't have long to live. There's no escaping death, none that has its sights set on me.
Dirk knew everything, but he couldn't bring himself to tell me.
I have one more big secret. I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did.
He couldn't accuse the love of his life. The sad truth is, the other victim channeled by Amada was...
Take that!
You can't. That's not possible.
The defendant, Dirk Sadmaki, is the one Queen Amada channeled. He's the other victim.
This is insanity. Kunga! Apollo, what are you? Do you realize what you're proposing?
Objection!
I demand an explanation, Mr. Justice.
I don't know when or why Dirk was murdered, but the facts and evidence speak for themselves. And this is where they've led me.
You see, after Inga's murder, Dirk and Maya were the only ones in the tomb. What if one of them was actually dead and being channeled by Amada? But it can't be, can it?
Dirk's bloodstain at the scene of the crime was the clincher for me. wasn't even injured, so how could he have possibly bled that much? The only logical explanation is Dirk had also been murdered.
Objection.
That's enough. Your explanation cannot be the truth. And you would not dare to claim to have proof to support your assertion.
Nahita, I wish it weren't true. I wish with all my heart that I'm wrong. But as much as I don't want to believe it, yes, I can prove it. Dirk's killer must have hidden his body. It would have to be somewhere nobody would ever look. And there's only one such place.
You truly have proof.
The fastest way would be to actually have someone go check the tomb.
I'll check the tomb, but why?
Because I believe Dirk's killer hid his body here.
Take that!
You would suggest...
Queen Amada's sarcophagus, the only place in the tomb that no one would dare to look. Plus, the killer would soon become trapped by hiding in there. But a body, well, that's a horse of a different color. Which means...
I believe we must search the sarcophagus at once. Your Eminence. Being that Queen Amada yet lives, I trust we may now open it. If we must. Magistry, I believe Detective Sky is still there at the tomb. Let us contact her at once and have her conduct a full investigation into the matter. Now then, Detective Sky, report, if you please.
I'll start with my findings. Please, please. Please let me be wrong about this. I just want things to be as they were. A search of the sarcophagus revealed a body that appears to be several days old. A body? Detective Sky, tell me it wasn't Dirk. Tell me my whole theory was completely off base. I have a photo of the body, and I have positively identified it as Dirk Sadmahi.
Oh, he's got like the other half of the butterfly pendant.
They're matching. Dirk! No! Why? Why'd this have to happen? Damn it, Dirk. Answer me.
Can this be? traitorous snake, the very head of the insurgency, murdered. Oh, what a joyous day. Those fools shouting for change and revolution will finally return to whatever rocks they crawled out from under.
What? Was I even fighting for?
Apollo,
What am I supposed to do now? I...
son. Lawyer. Oops. Should never look the way you do right now. Dragon never yields. Even when wounded, a dragon bites down hard, never lets go till its dying breath. It glares, it roars, and it latches its jaws firmly onto its prey till the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get to the truth.
But, Dirk, what if the truth is that you're...
Apollo, in court tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. And I know you, and I know you can handle the truth, no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son, after all.
You believed in me that much, Dirk. Dirk, I think I finally understand.
My screen is dirty. I should wipe it off.
Later. I can't yield. Not now. Not ever. Not after Dirk believed in me, despite knowing what was about to happen. Besides, Dirk left me with two things I must do.
Aren't you alright, Apollo?
Sorry about that, Mr. Wright. But I'm fine now.
Apollo.
Detective Sky. Yes? How sure are you that the body's been there for a few days?
I'm positive no autopsy's been performed yet, but I'd say it's been at least 3 days. Fortunately, the low temperature inside the sarcophagus kept it from decaying. Oh, and the chest area bore 3 gunshot wounds from a small caliber weapon. I believe they are the cause of death. Corpse photo added to the court record. More than 3 days have passed since his death. He was shot 3 times in the chest. At least 3 days, huh?
That means Dirk was already dead by the time he came to visit me back in the States.
Then who was channeling him?
I think it would have to be someone who could get into and stay in the US without arousing suspicion. It also had a solid cover story, so they wouldn't be seen as missing. I believe this is who was channeling Dirk when I saw him in the States.
Maya.
Take that!
Maya. Oh, I see. She was being held hostage at the time, so it seemed only natural that she wasn't around.
Right. Do you remember what she said earlier? So please just tell me, what exactly are you hiding? Sorry, but I promised Dirk I wouldn't say. You made a promise to Dirk. A pretty big one. Dirk didn't want his own death to be known. The other members of the Defiant Dragons would lose all hope if they found out. And that would snuff out the flames of revolution for good. Miss Faye, Dirk told you to keep quiet about this, didn't he? I guess it's no use hiding it anymore. Yes, I promise not to tell. Dirk made me promise before he died. So, I was right then. Apollo. There's something I need to tell you. It's about, you know, Dirk's final moments. I'm listening, Miss Faye. What happened in his final moments? It was soon after I was kidnapped. Dirk paid me a visit in that tomb where I was being held captive. I'd say it was a few days before Ministeringa's murder.
Hey, young lady. Time to get you up and out of here.
Oh. It's that revolutionary guy.
I'm here to rescue you.
You are? Why?
I figured things were a little too quiet with that stamp-sucking scumbag. So I started digging around. That's when I found out you'd been abducted.
But why would a rebel help me?
Let's go before it's too late. It already is for you, pal. Guessing. Long time no see, rebel blowhard. You didn't, like, refill your gun? In the few days in between? Inga, I know you're up to something, and I'm going to find out what. That's got a smart. You become a real thorn in my side, see? So it's time for you to be pushing up daisies.
Dirk!
Do you really think a pea shooter like that could kill a dragon? What the? That's when you broke the thing. What are you, some kind of freak? Nuts to this.
Dirk was shot several times, but he barely even flinched. He sacrificed himself for me. These ropes. I've got to help you.
Relax. It's going to be okay. Sorry things turned out this way. But it doesn't look like I have much longer.
No, don't say that.
You're Speedy, a spirit medium, aren't you? When I'm gone, I want you to channel my spirit.
Stop it. Don't give up like that.
If you do, untying a rope like that will be child's play.
No. Please, hang in there. You can still make it.
Promise. Promise me one thing, young lady. It's about my son.
Dirk. He was just talking about you, Apollo. He said that he wanted to see you one last time. So he asked me to return to the US and channel his spirit. He really said that. He also said that he had been meaning to visit you for years, but kept putting it off. And that this was his last chance. You just show up here without warning after all this time. What gives?
I came all this way to see you, son. Come, rejoice.
Right. Why don't you tell me the real reason you're here? Dirk. You really did come to the US because you wanted to see me.
I guess this means it was Inga that hid Dirk's body in the sarcophagus after Maya left the tomb.
Apollo, you can't stop now. Dirk would want you to keep pressing on. I know, Miss Faye. And I won't disappoint him.
Friends, if you are ready to proceed, I would first have you answer this. Do you believe the accused's death will impact what we know about this case?
Yeah. Yes, and I believe I can explain everything now.
Very well, your explanation, please.
Dirk entered the tomb at 3 p.m., the time the hostage exchange was to take place. Or rather, Dirk, as channeled by Miss Faye, did. Now, by the time he entered the tomb at 3 p.m., Minister Inga was already dead. I say that because we know the minister was murdered at 2 p.m. But there was someone else in there. This person was already hiding in the tomb, waiting to channel Dirk in place of Miss Faye.
I guess we're... Hopefully he doesn't complain about...
Take that!
It was you, wasn't it? The fact of the matter is, Queen Amada killed Minister Inga at 2 p.m. She then went to his private quarters and channeled his spirit. The minister, thinking he was going to be late, hurried to the tomb for the hostage exchange. Once in the tomb, Queen Amada stopped channeling Minister Inga and hid herself. Then, when Dirk entered at 3 p.m., What the hell hostage exchange are you doing here?
No one's there.
You have Orb. You have Maya. You are Maya. You have no problems. What are you doing? What was the plan? She snuck up from behind. And forcibly drove Dark Spirit out of Miss Faye's body.
Drove his spirit out of her body. Impossible.
Objection!
Actually, there is a way to do that. With a Magatama of Parting, that is. Using one, anyone could drive a spirit out of a person's body, even if it refused to leave. Are you telling me that the extra pale brown Magatama in the tombs? Oh. It was... That's right. That's right, Prosecutor Senmahi. And you've seen one in action before. You saw how the glowing red Magatama sent the High Priest back to the Twilight Realm. And how it turned a spent, pale brown afterward.
In other words, the brown Magatama found in the tomb looks that way because its power had been used up in pushing Dark Spirit out of Miss Faye's body, right? I probably passed out as soon as Dark Spirit left my body. I was exhausted after channeling for so long, after all. After that, Queen Amada must have dressed Miss Faye in her usual outfit and tied her up. I'm not sure where she got the outfit, but we can assume she had it all planned out. Then Queen Amada must have changed into Dark's clothes, smeared blood onto them, picked up the knife, and channeled Dark Spirit. That's how she made it look like Dark had committed the crime. And that's how she escaped, right under our noses.
I don't know, Apollo. The whole thing still seems a bit far-fetched.
Dark, what was going through your mind while all this was unfolding?
So ultimately, it was all for naught. Ultimately, it was all for naught. That was who was... I misinterpreted who might have been saying that.
Nagita.
Those dreams of revolution Dirk was always spouting. They placed nothing but false hope in the minds of the people. And in the end, they were simply fantasies.
Nagita, how can you...
Shut it up!
Karma has spoken. The dream of revolution has withered on the vine. Its fate is sealed. The other insurgents will soon wake from their shattered dreams.
No, Dirk's dream can't die like this. I'm not going to sit back and let that happen. I can't and I won't. Nagita, don't forget that Dirk's been proven innocent. His name is no longer tainted by the charge of murder.
Now the rebels and their sympathizers who have been calling out for his release can't be charged with abetting the accused. So the revolution is far from over. It's only just begun.
Objection!
No, Dirk has not yet been proven innocent. You have merely indicated the possibility of his innocence.
What do you mean?
Dirk is indeed dead. However, what if it was Dirk who killed Minister Inga while being channeled by Miss Faye? And while the crime could have occurred at 2 p.m., you have yet to substantively prove it. Substantively prove it. Or do you have conclusive proof that the time of Minister Inga's death was at 2 p.m.?
Well, no, I don't, but...
Seems further testimony will be required of me. As it would appear that I have fallen under suspicion, I would like to state my case. Prosecutor said Mahi, the rebellion must be snuffed out once and for all. He must prove Dirk Sadmahi to be the foul murderer that he was. And every last insurgent and their sympathizers must be found guilty under the Defense Culpability Act. As you wish, Your Eminence.
He's not here to doing this. Godon shouldn't have him under her thumb anymore. Amina's not a hostage, so what gives? Nahita, what's left to chain you? What's left to chain you to her like this?
Very well then, Queen Amida. Please proceed with your additional testimony. Just go. Forever, I guess. Witness testimony. You have no proof. Well done, lawyer. You have painted me as a killer with nothing but your silver tongue. However, you have no evidence proving your distasteful theory. Furthermore, Dirk could have committed the crime while being channeled by Miss Faye. Now, let us end this charade. For the eternal glory of Kadain and its people. He did. Do you understand now, you putrid pepper? There is no point in defending Dirk any longer. It has all been in vain.
Let it go and move on, right? Well, not today.
Your theories are but a pillar of salt that crumbles at the slightest breeze. But no more. This ends here and now. The defense may proceed with its cross-examination. Cross-examination. You have no proof. Well done, lawyer. You have painted me as a killer with nothing but your silver tongue.
Hold it!
Convincing others is all part of a lawyer's trade, so I'll take that as compliment.
You would, wouldn't you? Suppose you have deceived countless souls with your lies. But I should not be surprised, considering you learned from him.
Him? You mean Dirk, right?
Yes, the man who deceived and seduced me. The Grand Priestess with his silver tongue.
We are still talking about the case, right?
Surely you've heard of a lady falling for the wrong man before. Ah, but to think that I, of all people, fall under that devil's spell.
Wow, how did they ever get together in the first place, let alone procreate?
I would advise all here today to beware this lawyer's silver tongue, lest you, too, be unjustly painted as a criminal as I have been. However, you have no evidence proving your distasteful theory. adjusting my seating.
Hold it!
I admit I don't have any solid evidence. Yet. But you're the only one who could have committed the crime.
What on earth do you mean?
Including Miss Faye, there are only 3 spirit mediums in Kurain. Furthermore, when the crime scene was first discovered, Queen Godon was with me and Mr. Wright, while Miss Faye was tied up in the tomb. That means the Dirk we saw after the minister's murder could only have been channeled by you, Queen Amara.
Insolent lawyer. Ye forgive us your mercifulness.
Really, Your Majesty.
Objection!
But have you considered the following defense? What if there was, unbeknownst to us, another spirit medium in Kurain?
Objection!
Oh, come on! What are the chances?
You will lack the evidence to support your claim that Queen Amara is the killer. Which is why you have had to use the process of elimination to zero in on her. It therefore stands to reason you would have to rule out all other possibilities as well. Well, can you eliminate the possibility of another spirit medium defense?
Of course I can't.
Under the circumstances, Apollo, there are 2 ways to establish Amara's guilt. We either prove she killed Inga, or prove she was in the tomb.
Which one can I actually prove? I can prove that Queen Amara was in the tomb when the murder occurred.
Seems you are ever bent on painting me as the killer.
Well, if the shoe fits.
Very well, let's see some evidence that proves I was at the scene of the crime. You do have some, do you not? There's nothing to prove I was even at the scene of the crime.
Should I go and press the other things? I'm pretty sure I know what I need to show. It's that, necklace thing. It's matching. And probably that fingerprint in it is hers. Are these gonna get me anything interesting? Not really. It's probably fine. Maybe I should press them anyway.
Hold it!
By simply changing into Dirk's clothes and channeling a spirit, it is a fact that the killer altered the crime scene.
How very perceptive of you.
In trying to accomplish everything, the killer would have been pressed for time, and may have committed an error that could prove crucial to this case.
And sometimes the significance of certain pieces of evidence can change in the face of new facts and circumstances. Why don't you take another look at all the evidence we have?
No, I got it, I know.
You think I'll see something in a new light? Is there anything from the tomb that's taken on a different meaning now? Only way to find out is to reconsider each piece based on our current understanding. I don't.
We're probably good. Oh. Well, let's just do that. And this one.
Objection!
Queen Amara. Does this pendant look familiar to you?
Why, that is...
We found it in the tomb, and it has the minister's blood on it. Which means it was probably dropped in the course of the crime.
Objection!
And I fail to see how it is relevant to your argument. Did that not belong to the accused?
And that's what I thought too. After all, Dirk said he did Dirk had said it did After all, Dirk had said it did himself.
He said that.
Yes, but it was a lie. Because I believe he was covering for someone.
Covering? How? For who?
There is a certain piece of evidence that shows the pendant isn't Dirk's. His photo, because he has one himself.
Take that!
That's a photo of the accused body, is it not?
Yes, it is. I'd like you to call attention to I'd like to call your attention to a certain spot in it. This, right here, proves the pendant that was found in the tomb wasn't Dirk's.
Take that!
You will notice an object near Dirk's left arm. It's an identical pendant, except it's blue.
Oh, now that you mention it.
Don't you find that a little strange? Why would he own two of them, but in different colors? Here's what I think. Pendants were meant to go together as a pair.
A pair.
If the blue pendant was Dirk's, then what about this pink one with Minister Inga's blood on it? Who do you suppose it belongs to?
Objection!
Sorry to disappoint, but no fingerprints were found on the pink pendant. Therefore, we have no way of knowing to whom it belongs.
Objection!
Oh, but that's where you're wrong, Prosecutor said Mahi. I'm guessing you didn't know that this pendant is actually a locket.
Come again?
Now this is where it gets interesting. When we opened this locket up, we found a faint fingerprint inside, on the back of the lid to be exact.
What? No.
So now the question is, to whom does the fingerprint belong? Queen Amara. It belongs to you, doesn't it? Seems I've truly rendered the witness speechless this time around.
This cannot be. Mother, tell me it does not belong to you. No, you die.
Think about it, Queen Amara. Dark must have realized that you were channeling his spirit. And he'd probably already figured out who the minister's killer was. And yet, he still claimed that the pink pendant belonged to him. But why would he do such a thing? You really don't know? He was protecting you. Because he loved you. He loved you until his very last breath and beyond.
I have one more big secret. I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did.
Dirk knew everything, even that he was being used. But he kept quiet, all for your sake.
Dirk, why do you always...
Well, Queen Amara, Dirk, the one whose love for you never wavered all these years. Are you going to betray him now?
Dirk, I... This cannot be. I refuse to accept it.
Queen Amara, are you ready to confess to your crime?
I can deny it no longer. The truth is, it was I, Amara Sigata Kodain, who slew Minister Inga. But that's preposterous! Why? This is beyond belief. My mother, why would you? Forgive me, Nagita. I never wished to cause you such sorrow. But I had no choice. It was the only way. The only way. So, in the end, Queen Amara and Dirk Sadmahi. I suppose this means they were unable to reconcile when he was still alive.
I don't think the state of the kingdom or the incidents of the past would have allowed that.
They were prisoners of their shared history, so to speak.
Queen Amara, there's something I need to know. You had staged a near-perfect crime. So why did you bring this pendant into the tomb with you? You should have known it could come back to haunt you.
I do not really understand it myself. I had nearly been assassinated by my own husband. Yet I could not bear any hatred toward him. I was unable to discard this or part with it for even a short time. As with Dirk, I have never stopped loving my husband for the past 23 years. Mother.
So, she really believes it. That Dirk tried to assassinate her.
The butterfly pendant update in the court record actually belongs to Amada. Your Majesty, is it not time? Time to declare Dirk innocent. I would ask that you do this for my beloved, who now dwells in the Twilight Realm. Very well, then. Your Eminence, Prosecutor Sadmahi, if you have no further objections... This cannot be. My mother. I have no objections.
Dirk, I did it. I finally did it. I proved your innocence. But...
Very well, then. Being that Queen Amara yet lives, we can no longer charge the accused with an assassination that never came to fruition. As for the murder of Minister Inga, the truth has been laid bare for all to see. Therefore, I will now pass judgment upon the accused, Mr. Dirk Sadmahi.
Your benevolence? I cannot accept this.
Is something the matter, your benevolence?
Queen Amara is lying. It makes no sense. Queen Amara would not have killed my father.
What's with her all of a sudden? Is this some sort of lingering affection toward Naina?
Riva, Speak the truth, Queen Amina. Did you really kill my father?
Yes, there is no mistake. She has confessed to the crime, thereby clearing the accused of all suspicion. As such, I see no need to continue these proceedings.
But Barbed Head, Hornhead, are you going to let this stand? Dirk's been proven innocent, and he's about to be declared not guilty. Even so, something doesn't feel right.
Apollo, if you have any doubts, now's the time to raise them. After all, the courtroom is a place for finding the whole truth. But it's all up to you.
There are definitely things that don't quite add up. Does this mean that the whole truth hasn't been brought to light yet? Should I push to continue this trial? Zuko crying.
What do we have left that hasn't been sorted? It's not overly helpful. I mean, we definitely have things we haven't used.
Your Majesty, I have a feeling we haven't discovered the whole truth. And the only way we'll ever find it is to continue this trial. Hornhead.
Very well then, will the defense please tell us this? What important fact about this case has yet to come to light? I don't really have a motive quite yet.
Queen Amara. There's something I still don't understand. What was your motive for killing Justice Minister Inga?
That is a fair question, and one that I shall now answer. It was for the future of this kingdom that I slew Inga Karku Karayin. To avert further tragedy, his death was an unfortunate necessity.
Further tragedy? Over the past several years, Minister Inga has been rapidly expanding his power. He had established the secret police and was relentless in his pursuit of the insurgents. He even had the overwhelming support of the people, but he was not satisfied. Hungry for more power, he began planning a coup d'etat. You mean this plot involving the Founder's Orb, which led to my Faye's abduction? Yes, Minister Inga planned to use the orb to gain access to the great spiritual power, after which he would assassinate Godon and usurp the throne. His machinations were reminiscent of that terrible tragedy of 23 years ago. And as one affected by that incident, Amara vowed to never allow a repeat of such events. Yes, and the Holy Mother delivered unto me the perfect opportunity to fulfill my vow. Security amid the courtyard was rather light due to the rite of channeling, and Inga had barricaded himself in the tomb with his hostage away from prying eyes. I knew I would never again have such a perfect opportunity, so... At 2 p.m., during the rite of channeling, I slipped into the tomb and slew the minister. My bracelet.
Apollo.
Yep. Seems this trial is far from over. Queen Amara, I believe you're still hiding something. But if you want to keep on playing this game of hide and seek, then let's start with that last statement you made.
If I must.
Nikita isn't gonna go and mess me up for that.
2 p.m. during the Wright channeling.
I'll just keep an eye on this.
Timing is fine. I slipped into 2. Right.
Okay, no movements here. Probably part of your face though. Maybe you're... I've never enjoyed this function. It's like, find the thing. We're gonna zoom in so much. Stop blinking.
Gotcha!
No? Yes?
Queen Amara, you seem a little nervous right now.
Of course I am. Is it not the way of lawyers to gain the advantage by unnerving their foes?
Oh, well. Great, now she's unnerved me. Focus, just look for a habit or tell that shows she's hiding something.
I did. She stopped blinking. Was I not, like, focused in enough? Maybe she didn't stop blinking. Maybe you're blinking more rapidly at some point? Something is off about that. Maybe I'm mistaken. I'm thinking of something. This setup's so annoying. I can't skip between the dialogue pieces, which would help immensely. It's not going to be your forehead. You can look at your belt. I don't think that's going to do anything. Big long sleeves. This thing's so annoying. Why would you do this to me? I get that it's like Paul's special thing, but I hate it. Is it your blinking? That's the only thing I can think of. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
I don't know. What do you want? Do you want with me? What do you want with anything happening ever?
Gotcha!
Not that. I'm staring at you so much. Enjoy. Oh, at least I'm not losing health, but this is annoying. I don't like Apollo's function. Oh, does this thing like flash and shine maybe at some point? Like she might have shifted in her hand a bit. No. Oh.
Gotcha!
There we go.
Queen Amida. You're not very comfortable talking about the 2 o'clock rite of channeling, are you? I can tell because a finger on your left hand twitched almost imperceptibly when you did.
Oh.
Oh. And that pose you make. Is there something about your chest that makes you nervous?
Whatever do you mean?
Murder occurred at 2 p.m. And I'm pretty positive Amida was in the tomb at that time. So then why is she so self-conscious about her chest when she talks about the rite?
Rite of channeling. Didn't Albie snap a picture of it?
Queen Amida. I have here a picture of the rite of channeling. It was secretly taken by a certain individual.
Objection!
How dare you? Which, fair enough.
Such insolence. I would have the perpetrator's name at once.
Sorry, no, can't do. You see, I just happened to find it on the ground, so.
Do you take me for a fool?
How about we discuss the photo's origin a little later, because right now, there's something much more pressing at hand. I believe this photo merits further examination. I just wish there was more to see in it than darkness and more darkness.
We might be able to make out a few more details with some image adjustments. Let's ask Emma if she can help. Bailiff, please summon Detective Skye to the Hall of Justice. Did she leave? She was here just a bit ago.
Here you are. I was able to obtain a much clearer image by raising the brightness. Oh, scar. What's that right there?
An injury. No, wait, I think it's a burn scar. Channeling photo updated in the court record.
Wait a second. Your Eminence. You don't have a burn scar like that on your chest. What's going on here? If the person in this photo isn't Queen Godon, then who is it?
Take that!
Queen Amida. The person in this photo isn't Queen Godon. It's you posing as her, isn't it? The two of you look quite similar. That's no surprise, considering your sisters. Even the shape and position of your facial tattoos are almost exactly the same. And you are both capable of channeling spirits. Therefore, it would have been easy for you to impersonate Queen Gadon. Queen Amada, you have a burn scar on your chest, don't you? Please remove your round mandala? Mandala? Whatever it is, so we can see what's behind it for ourselves. It's not quite... Look. It's the exact same burn scar as the one in the photo.
I don't understand.
I knew it. The person in this photo really is.
Oh, so the person in this photo really is.
Yes, it's Queen Amada.
This is absurd. Are you suggesting they switched places? Amada's confession earlier was also false. Mother, what is the meaning of this?
Don't you see? This changes everything. We know for a fact this photo was taken at 2 p.m. The exact time the murder took place.
But that would mean Queen Amada couldn't possibly have committed this crime.
Exactly. She now has an ironclad alibi. So Minister Inga's killer couldn't have been Queen Amada.
I'm afraid I no longer follow defense. Was it not Queen Amada who channeled the minister and the accused to stage the crime?
Yes, that fact has not changed. We have evidence placing her at the scene of the crime. Dirk could have only been there in the tomb if she were channeling him. Which means... while Queen Amada did use spirit channeling to stage the crime, she didn't kill Minister Inga. His real killer is someone else.
Pakunga! What's going on here? Is her mercifulness covering for someone? If Queen Amada is not the killer, then who is it?
Isn't it obvious? Why was this rite held in the first place if Queen Gadon wasn't going to perform it? Who was behind the two sisters switching places, and for what reason? The answers to these questions, along with the establishment of Queen Amada's alibi, obliterate a certain someone else's alibi.
Take that!
Why, Nats, is this some kind of a joke?
No, your majesty. I could never joke about something so grave. The only one who seemed to have a perfect alibi at the time of the murder was Her Eminence, Gadon Sigatar Kudain. Queen Amada, didn't your sister, Queen Gadon, ask you to pose as her and perform the rite of channeling? And didn't she also have you drive Dirk's spirit from Miss Faye's body and then stage the crime to make it look like he was the minister's killer? And at 2 p.m., while you were performing the rite of channeling as Queen Gadon, didn't she kill Minister Inga while disguised as Dirk? Well, your mercifulness. It's no use trying to hide it any longer. You need to tell us the truth now.
Mother. Just as Minister Inga's true killer is.
Ooh. Hello?
Mother, no! I really did it. Your eminence, my life is yours.
Isn't he one of Godon's royal guards?
Queen Amara! Bailiff, arrested that guardsman! Mother!
Godon couldn't have... Could she?
Someone call for an ambulance quickly now!
Well... Well, that's something.
Unfortunately, it's quite late now, so it's not something to be gotten back to today. I don't want to wait till Friday to do it. Maybe Pokemon can be delayed. Pokemon could be delayed. Yeah. So for this, I'll come back to this on Wednesday. We'll get back into the trial. We'll see how it goes. If it doesn't take long enough to constitute a proper stream, I'll do Pokemon afterward. That sounds like a good way to do it. 'Cause I want to see where this is going quickly as reasonably possible. Because we're getting into it. I mean, we've already been into it, but just straight up shooting her. My goodness. Anyway. That's that for today, I suppose. Yes. I'll be back to this on Wednesday. 7 a.m. as usual. Because now it's like 1 o'clock. It's too late to carry on. We'll get back to this on Wednesday. We'll play as long as it goes. Or I should be able to get to the end from here unless it takes an unreasonable amount of time after this, which I doubt. If it doesn't go super long, I'll just swap to Pokemon afterward. We'll see. But yes, we'll get back to this on Wednesday. That's all. Have a nice day. Goodbye.